what the universe does to rare souls before sending them the right person. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. For rare souls, this journey often feels longer and lonelier, especially when it comes to love. But what if the universe is not withholding the right person from you, but preparing you for them? Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore what the universe does to rare souls before aligning them with the right connection, a love that transcends the ordinary. Do you feel like you've been tested in love? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your story might resonate with someone walking the same path. 1. Solitude is preparation, not punishment. Rare souls feel unseen in love, not because they are lacking, but because they carry within them a refusal to settle for what is shallow and fleeting. And this resistance is both their challenge and their gift. The universe understands the depth of their longing and the clarity of their vision, so it does not hand them quick companionship or superficial bonds to ease their temporary loneliness. Instead, it gives them solitude, which feels at times like silence, distance, and waiting, but is in truth the highest form of preparation. This solitude is not punishment. It is refinement, a necessary filter that strips away illusions, heals the wounds of old patterns, and teaches the soul to distinguish between conditioned desires and its truest longings. In the language of spirituality, solitude is the furnace where the raw metal of the self is transformed into something enduring, something that can hold love without breaking. In the path of spiritual awakening, this stage cannot be avoided, for only through it does the soul learn the sacred difference between being alone and being lonely. During this season, the rare soul begins to see clearly that modern culture often mistakes attachment for love, validation for intimacy, and convenience for destiny. Social media floods us with images of couples and commitments, tempting us to measure our worth against timelines that were never meant for us. Yet this solitude is the universe's protection, ensuring that we do not enter partnerships that mirror our wounds instead of healing them. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Solitude is the mirror that makes the unconscious visible. It forces you to confront the shadows you once avoided, to sit with the ache of your unmet needs, and to grow strong enough to no longer seek completion outside yourself. It is a sacred silence in which you learn that being whole is not about another person filling your emptiness, but about discovering your fullness within. This refinement is not gentle. It can feel like fire. You may wonder why love seems to come easily for others while you remain waiting. But the truth is that your path requires greater patience because your love will carry greater depth. Diamonds form under pressure, pearls are born from irritation, and strong souls are forged in solitude. Without this process, many confuse temporary chemistry with lasting connection, repeating cycles of heartbreak because they never pause long enough to awaken. For the rare soul, solitude interrupts this cycle. It teaches you to recognize red flags without ignoring them, to value emotional resonance over external appearances, and to trust your intuition as the true compass. In this way, solitude becomes your teacher, guiding you toward a love that transcends mere compatibility and awakens something eternal. In modern life, this preparation can feel unbearable. but it is the very soil in which your destiny is planted. Each moment of solitude is a seed sown in silence that will bloom in divine timing. You are learning to hold conversations with your inner world, to align with your highest values, to heal generational wounds, and to establish boundaries that protect your spirit. This is the unseen work that prepares you not only to receive the right person, but also to keep them. Love without preparation is fragile, but love born out of solitude is rooted, stable, and radiant. Jung's wisdom reminds us that a relationship is not simply two people meeting. It is two souls carrying their inner worlds to each other. And for rare souls, that inner world must first be cultivated through solitude. So solitude becomes your silent ally. It whispers to you in the stillness that you are not behind, that divine timing cannot be rushed, that every moment spent in self-discovery is shaping you into the kind of partner who can love without fear and be loved without losing yourself. It is not a waiting room where nothing happens, but a sacred chamber where everything essential is unfolding. The universe, in its mysterious design, delays what you desire so that you may grow into who you were always meant to be. And when the right person arrives, they will not only meet you, but also recognize the rare soul you have become, refined by solitude, awakened by silence, and ready for a love that reflects the truth of your being. Have you ever experienced a season of solitude that felt like preparation rather than punishment? If so, share your story in the comments below so we can inspire one another. And if not, simply comment, "I will embrace solitude," to show your openness to this powerful journey. 2. The first test: radical solitude. This imposed solitude is not simply an empty stretch of time. It is a sacred initiation that forces rare souls to separate the shallow ache of loneliness from the deeper wisdom of self-connection. At first, it feels like abandonment, as if the universe has withdrawn love and left you suspended in silence. But in truth, it is teaching you to recognize your own energetic frequency and to stop shrinking yourself in order to fit into relationships that cannot hold your depth. Carl Jung said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And this test of solitude makes that statement real. It strips away the illusion that companionship alone can fill the void, showing instead that the only true remedy for emptiness is learning to inhabit your own presence with reverence and strength. When you are kept apart from lesser connections, you begin to see clearly how often you once settled for less than your worth. Solitude reveals the quiet places where you compromised your values, where you ignored your intuition, where you traded authenticity for temporary comfort. It challenges you to end this cycle by teaching you that love is not about escaping yourself, but about returning to yourself. Spiritual awakening begins here, in the silence of radical solitude, where you realize that being alone is not the same as being lonely. It is in this stillness that you tune into your unique vibration, a frequency that is rare and unrepeatable. And it is only by recognizing and protecting this vibration that you will ever be prepared to welcome the right person without losing yourself again. Carl Jung also reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this privilege unfolds most powerfully in solitude. Like an instrument being tuned, Your soul requires stillness to find harmony. Without this tuning, relationships become discordant, repeating old patterns of chaos and disconnection. But when you endure solitude with patience and intention, you refine your frequency so that when the right soul finally enters, the connection is not ordinary but transcendent, resonating with the intelligent spiritual wisdom of the universe itself. Modern life resists this lesson, distracting you with constant noise, shallow attention, and temporary bonds, making solitude feel unbearable. Yet what feels unbearable is actually the birthplace of your highest strength. It is in this space that you confront your thoughts, your fears, your shadows, and your desires. You meet the parts of yourself you once ignored, and you discover what must be healed before love can truly flourish. Solitude becomes the teacher that shows you how to trust yourself, how to nurture your creativity, how to develop clarity of mind, and how to awaken your inner intelligence so you are no longer dependent on another's presence for wholeness. This is the alchemy of solitude, transforming emptiness into richness, silence into wisdom, and waiting into preparation. When you embrace it, you no longer see it as a void, but as the soil in which your spirit grows, roots deep enough to withstand the storms of love and life. The universe does not give this test to everyone, only to rare souls who carry within them a destiny that demands purity, strength, and unwavering authenticity. If you are in such a season now, know that you are not being punished, but prepared. Every moment spent in solitude is shaping you into a vessel capable of holding a love that matches your depth. You are learning to carry your own light so powerfully that when the right person arrives, they do not complete you, but join you, resonating with your frequency because you have already learned to stand fully in it. In this way, solitude ceases to be exile and becomes initiation, the first great step of the universe in guiding rare souls toward a love that transcends the ordinary and awakens the extraordinary. 3. The second test, the false twin flame. The second test the universe places before rare souls is the arrival of the false twin flame, someone who feels almost destined, profoundly familiar, and cosmically aligned. Yet in truth, they are not the true partner, but a reflection of the unconscious. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this encounter proves the wisdom of his words. What you meet in the false twin flame is not genuine intimacy, but the mirror of your deepest projections, your longings, wounds, and unhealed shadows cast onto another person who seems to embody all that you desire. The connection feels magnetic because it is your own energy echoing back, disguised in human form, and in this reflection, the universe is asking you to see yourself more clearly. The challenge is to recognize the difference between real love and projection, between a bond that embraces your whole being and one that only accepts fragments of you. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual development, this moment is crucial, for it demands discernment and courage. A false twin flame might awaken intense emotions and feel like destiny, but beneath the passion lies incompleteness. They cannot hold all of you, only the parts that align with your unconscious needs or their own limitations. The universe uses this test not to punish you, but to train your soul to refuse half-formed love. For rare souls are not meant to settle for connections that only see them halfway. Through this test, You are refined, much like marble in the hands of a sculptor, chipped away until your truest essence can emerge. By facing the mirror of projection, you uncover your hidden patterns, your deepest vulnerabilities, and your unseen desires. The universe sharpens your inner vision so that when the right person appears, you will not confuse projection for presence. Jung observed that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. The false twin flame may ignite sparks, but it is the true partner who brings transformation rooted in truth rather than illusion. If you find yourself in a connection that feels irresistible yet unstable, ask yourself whether this love invites wholeness or traps you in repetition. True love will never demand you to shrink, suppress, or divide yourself. It will not only mirror your light, but also embrace your shadows with compassion. The second test calls you to release the illusion of incomplete love, to resist the pull of projection, and to trust that something deeper awaits. When you refuse to settle, you show the universe that you are prepared for the one who can stand beside you in truth. The lesson is profound. Discernment is the guardian of love. The universe tests rare souls more severely because they are destined for deeper unions, and only those who pass through the fire of projection can carry the strength to receive love in its fullness. The false twin flame is not your ending, but your preparation, teaching you to separate infatuation from intimacy, shadow from substance, illusion from reality. When you endure this trial with patience, clarity, and integrity, you prove yourself ready for the true partner who will not complete you, but who will join you in a union where both souls are already whole. If you've ever faced the test of a false twin flame, share your experience in the comments so others can learn from your journey. And if you're ready to welcome the right connection, comment below. I trust the universe's timing. 4. The third test. Self-sabotage when love arrives. When love begins to enter the life of a rare soul, it does not come wrapped in ease, but often in resistance. For Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These unconscious wounds surface as walls the moment true love appears. Rare souls, shaped by betrayal and disappointment, instinctively doubt, push away, or test the very person they have long prayed for, sabotaging the blessing before it can take root. Suffering has become so familiar that joy feels dangerous, and intimacy feels like a risk too heavy to trust. What looks like discernment is often fear, cloaked as wisdom. What seems like strength is sometimes only a defense against being vulnerable. This pattern of self-sabotage is not foolishness, but a reflection of the deep battle between longing and fear. On one side is the yearning for profound, authentic love. On the other is the terror of being broken again. In today's world, this shows up in ways that feel almost ordinary. Doubting the kindness of someone who genuinely cares, ghosting someone you secretly like just to see if they chase, setting impossibly high standards not because they matter, but because you fear being truly seen. These actions create distance, all while pretending to be noble caution. Yet this is the third test the universe places before rare souls. Can you allow yourself to receive healthy love? Or will you cling to your patterns until they drive away the very thing you desire? Spiritual awakening is not only about meditation, rituals, or sacred knowledge. It is about the courage to soften when every instinct wants to harden, to lean into trust when every wound whispers retreat. Jung taught that where wisdom reigns, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling, reminding us that true wisdom is the balance, the alignment of mind and heart that welcomes love with clarity rather than suspicion. To meet love with constant testing is to keep replaying old pain, but to meet love with openness is to step into transformation. The universe uses this phase to refine rare souls, not to punish them, but to stretch them beyond their fear of intimacy. Every time you push away someone who mirrors health and kindness, you are shown how much you still cling to the safety of suffering. Every time you sabotage connection out of mistrust, you are reminded that discernment without trust becomes a prison. But the universe does not send the right person to watch you destroy love with your past. It offers this test so you can recognize fear in disguise, rise above old defenses, and finally allow yourself to be loved without sabotage. The path forward is learning to notice your patterns with honesty and tenderness. When you catch yourself doubting every word, ask if it is wisdom or fear speaking. When you are tempted to test, ask if it is the truth or doubt you are seeking. To receive love is to admit that not every story ends in pain, that joy can be trusted, and that intimacy can be safe. This is the spiritual growth that turns awakening into wholeness. Passing this test means understanding that love is not a trap, but a liberation, and that the right person is not here to harm you, but to walk with you in strength, in wisdom, and in freedom. 5. The fourth test, vibrational recalibration. The fourth test the universe gives to rare souls before sending them the right person is vibrational recalibration, a complete reorientation of energy that strips away outdated identities, roles, and environments that no longer match the frequency of the life and love you are destined for. At certain points in your journey, people you once resonated with begin to fall away. Friendships that felt safe suddenly feel suffocating, and even the stories you once told yourself about who you are start to collapse. This is not cruelty, but preparation, because Carl Jung reminded us through his idea of individuation that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. To individuate is to shed illusions, even those that secretly inflate the ego, such as believing that being misunderstood makes you more worthy. The universe does not allow illusions to cross into a sacred union, because only authenticity can sustain love built on truth. Vibrational recalibration demands that you let go of identities that once gave comfort, but now block your expansion. Think of it as a software upgrade. The old code may have worked for a while, but it cannot run the new programs your soul is ready for. Many resist because the release of roles like the victim or the misunderstood one feels like death. But in reality, it is renewal. It is the pruning of dead branches so new growth can flourish. Søren Kierkegaard once said, "Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards." And this process is exactly that. Only by surrendering the past can you step into the future your soul longs for. Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that individuation is radical honesty, requiring you to face the stories you repeat to yourself. I am unseen. I am always the victim. I am different, therefore special. These narratives may once have protected you, but they also kept you cycling in pain. Spiritual intelligence lies in realizing that clinging to suffering does not make you valuable. True worth is born when you embody authenticity without the need for victimhood. In modern life, this looks like walking away from environments that drain you, refusing to stay in relationships that demand you betray yourself, and no longer needing to broadcast wounds for validation because you understand that healing is a private, sacred act. This recalibration opens the space to attract love that resonates with your true frequency. Energy always seeks resonance, and if you continue holding on to old wounds, you will draw partners who mirror them back. But when you release outdated narratives, you magnetize someone who recognizes your wholeness instead of your brokenness. This is why the universe seems to delay love for rare souls. It is not denial, but refinement, ensuring that when love arrives, it is no longer another painful lesson, but a true meeting of equals. Through this process, you learn to stop mistaking intensity for intimacy, to stop equating chaos with depth, and to embrace the quiet constancy of love that is both deep and steady. The emptiness you feel during this stage is not punishment, but clearing, making space for alignment. The fading friendships, dissolving identities, and louder silences are all proof that the universe is preparing you. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Vibrational recalibration is the way fate becomes conscious choice, and choice becomes sacred love. The right person will not come to rescue an outdated version of you. They will arrive to meet the soul who had the courage to become fully authentic, and only then will you realize why this test was necessary. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Type in the comments, "I am aligned with my highest vibration," to affirm your readiness for true love and spiritual growth. 6. The final test. Surrender the need for love. The universe's final test is not punishment, but transformation. And it asks you to stop chasing love as if it were something missing, and instead to embody it as who you are. For rare souls who have walked the difficult road of self-discovery and spiritual awakening, this step is about becoming whole without external validation. Carl Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. In this awakening, you realize that love is not something to be found, but something to be lived. And when you begin to live as love itself, you no longer seek a partner to complete you. You radiate a presence that calls forth what truly matches your soul. This is not indifference or apathy. It is alignment. To detach from the hunger for love is not to shut yourself off, but to rise above the old patterns that once chained you. Spiritual development means standing in the fullness of your being, already whole, already loved, already chosen by the very source of life. The frequency you carry becomes your prayer, and the universe responds by bringing a mirror, not to your wounds, but to your strength. This is vibrational congruence, the profound truth that once you no longer need love, the right love arrives. It is not a love born of lack or fear, but of recognition, a connection between two souls who walk side by side, whole to whole, reflecting one another's growth and depth. As you reach this place, something powerful begins to unfold. The people who once drained your energy quietly fall away, and the karmic bonds that once entangled you dissolve. In their place appears someone who does not come to fix your brokenness, but to honor your completeness. Someone who resonates with the love you already carry. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And who you truly are is not a seeker waiting to be found, but the living embodiment of love itself. To surrender the need for love is to embrace the highest state of spirituality, where your very being is love, where your wholeness is no longer negotiable. The lesson the universe weaves through this final test is simple yet profound. Release the timeline. Release the attachment. Release the idea that love exists outside of you. Love was never withheld. It was always being cultivated within you, so that when it finally arrives in human form, it is not a savior you meet, but an equal. The test is not to prove yourself worthy of love, but to remember that you were never incomplete. By surrendering the need for love, you step into the truth that you are in love. And from that truth, the universe sends you someone who doesn't fill your emptiness, but amplifies your fullness. This is the sacred paradox reserved for rare souls. Only by letting go of the need do you finally receive the love that was always meant for you. 7. The arrival of soul-level partnership. Once all the tests of solitude, longing, and inner refinement are passed, true partnership arrives not with chaos, but with calm recognition, like two long-lost travelers meeting on the same path. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." And this is exactly what happens when the universe finally sends the right person to a rare soul. This love is not an obsession, nor is it about sacrificing your identity for the sake of union. Instead, it is peace wrapped in presence, freedom built on trust, and authenticity born from maturity. It is the kind of connection where both individuals can stand tall as whole beings, yet grow even more expansive together, celebrating each other's essence without fear of losing themselves. This partnership is marked not by drama, but by serenity. In a society that often mistakes turbulence for passion, rare souls discover that the deepest intensity comes through calm steadiness, through the quiet power of being seen, known, and accepted without conditions. Spirituality teaches us that when two awakened beings meet, there is no need for control, manipulation, or endless games. Instead, love becomes a sanctuary, a sacred space where both can rest, create, and thrive. Spiritual awakening prepares you for this by stripping away illusions of desperate attachment and showing you that authentic love exists where freedom and devotion walk hand in hand. In daily life, this reveals itself through respect for each other's individuality, the courage to grow side by side, and the ability to disagree without destruction. Psychological maturity lies at the heart of such a relationship. Jung's idea of individuation, the process of becoming whole within oneself, becomes the foundation of a bond that is neither dependent nor fragile. Two people who have faced their shadows and embraced their light no longer project unhealed wounds onto one another. Instead, they act as mirrors reflecting back strength, wisdom, and truth. Think of it like two instruments tuned in harmony, creating a melody that is powerful not because it is loud, but because it resonates with clarity. In modern terms, this looks like partners who support each other's dreams without envy, communicate openly without fear, and hold space for each other's transformation. without judgment. True freedom in love is not the absence of commitment, but the presence of trust. It is knowing you do not need to hold tightly to prevent loss, because love rooted in authenticity cannot be stolen or diminished. Just as a bird sings most beautifully when free, love flourishes when both partners feel unchained and supported in their highest expression. This balance between closeness and individuality, presence and space, is what gives the relationship its strength and grace. And through this balance, both discover that love is not about filling emptiness, but about expanding abundance. The universe delivers this kind of connection only after it has refined a rare soul to embody truth, strength, and clarity. What emerges is not a fantasy, but a sacred partnership that uplifts, liberates, and transforms. It is expansion instead of limitation, truth instead of illusion, and wholeness instead of dependency. You are not meant to disappear into love, but to uncover deeper layers of yourself through it. The universe teaches you that peace is passion, freedom is devotion, and growth is the truest expression of love. This is the essence of a soul-level partnership, not a prize for waiting, but the natural result of becoming whole and awakened within yourself, so that when the right person arrives, you can meet them not as half, but as complete. And so, the universe's way of shaping rare souls is not punishment, it is preparation for a love that reflects the depth of who you truly are. If this message spoke to you, take a moment to reflect on your own journey and the wisdom it carries. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need these words, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight and guidance for your path. Carl Jung, the player got played. They feel like a fool, and they can't find your energy anywhere. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. In life, many people think they can play with your energy, manipulate your light, or take your kindness for granted, only to realize too late that what you carry is rare and cannot be replaced. On Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving into why those who tried to play the chosen ones often end up feeling like fools, lost without your unique presence. Have you ever experienced someone realizing your value only after you walked away? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your story. Let's step into today's journey of awareness, power, and self-respect. 1. The player got played. They thought they had the upper hand, that they could toy with your emotions, manipulate your kindness, and walk away untouched. But what they didn't realize until it was far too late was that they weren't dealing with ordinary energy. They were standing in the presence of a spiritually awakened being, someone chosen, someone rare. And when a chosen one walks away, they don't slam the door. They vanish with grace, with quiet power, leaving behind a silence so loud it echoes through the life of the one who tried to control them. The player got played, not by tricks or games, but by their own blindness to the sacredness of what they once had. Because you weren't just a source of affection or attention, you were a mirror to their emptiness. And your presence exposed the void they had been trying to fill with ego and validation. By the time they come to realize the truth, your energy is already gone, moved on, untouchable. And that realization is brutal, that no one else carries the same frequency, that no one else burns with the same light. They start searching for your reflection in others, chasing shadows, haunted by a spirit they didn't understand until it was no longer available. They thought they could leave and come back, but your kind doesn't orbit in cycles. You evolve, and your evolution is their reckoning. That emptiness they feel, that's the cost of mistaking sacred energy for something common. You were the spiritual anchor they never deserved, the soul who brought healing they never asked for, but deeply needed. And now that you're gone, they're not just missing a person. They're grieving the presence of something divine. This is the truth about spiritual awakening. It teaches you that your worth isn't dependent on being chosen by others. It lies in knowing you were never meant to be understood by the unready. Your empathy, your clarity, your resilience, these are gifts, not weaknesses. And while others might see your kindness as an invitation to exploit, the universe sees it as proof of your ascension. So let them feel the void. Let them sit with their own consequences. Because in the end, the one who walks away with inner peace is never the fool. The real game was never about power or control. It was about soul. And yours? Untouchable, radiant, unforgettable. Keep walking. Don't look back. The ones who underestimated you will come to realize that the energy they thought was replaceable was, in truth, their greatest loss. Let that be your silence, your closure, your power. And if this speaks to your soul, whisper it to the universe now. I am a chosen one, not to prove anything, but to remember who you are. 2. Divine intervention. Divine intervention doesn't always look like a miracle. It often looks like rejection, silence, or betrayal. But when you're a chosen one, you begin to understand that every painful departure is a sacred redirection. The person who thought they could manipulate you, drain your light, or take your kindness for weakness ended up outsmarting only themselves. At first, they may have felt powerful, in control, like they had the upper hand. But now they sit in silence, haunted by a loss they can't explain because they can't find your energy anywhere else. No imitation, no replacement, no new connection can replicate the frequency you radiate. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you, guided by spiritual wisdom, are becoming untouchable in your authenticity. Every time someone tried to play you, they unknowingly invited divine intervention into the game. This invisible intelligence steps in, reveals truth through discomfort, and forces you to see who people really are. It's not a punishment, it's a blessing in disguise. You were never meant to stay where you were tolerated. You were meant to grow where your light is honored. And now, while they try to replace the irreplaceable, you're being elevated into a season of alignment, healing, and spiritual expansion. Your energy is not common. It carries the wisdom of lifetimes, the vibration of truth, and the magnetism of a soul that's done the inner work. That's why they feel empty now. That's why nothing satisfies them. Because what they lost wasn't just a person, it was a divine experience. Spiritual awakening teaches you to see beyond appearances and recognize the lessons beneath the pain. You begin to thank the betrayal for setting you free. You begin to feel grateful for the silence because it taught you how loud your inner voice really is. And you realize that letting go, was never about losing, it was about returning to yourself. Intelligence, in the language of the soul, means knowing that not everyone deserves access to your spirit. Those who underestimated you, who misjudged your softness as weakness, are now facing the echo of your absence. And while they spiral in confusion, you rise in clarity. This is not about proving your worth to anyone. It's about remembering it for yourself. It's about walking away, not because you're bitter, but because you're finally aware of your value. You don't need closure when you have wisdom. You don't need apologies when you have peace. You don't need to look back when you're being guided toward everything that is meant for you. The universe doesn't take people from your life to hurt you. It removes them to protect you from smallness, manipulation, and energetic misalignment. So trust the unraveling, trust the loss, trust the delay, because behind it all is divine intelligence, orchestrating your transformation with precision. You're not just healing, you're evolving. You're not just letting go, you're making space. And you're not just surviving heartbreak, you're being called into a life where your spiritual intelligence, your rare aura, and your divine light are finally seen, respected, and celebrated. Your destiny is far too sacred to be delayed by anyone who couldn't recognize your brilliance. Have you ever had someone reveal their true intentions, only to realize it was the universe guiding you towards something better? Comment yes if you've experienced this awakening. Let's embrace this journey together and connect with those who truly value our light. 3. Lessons of loss and growth. They thought they had you figured out. To them, you were just another chapter in their game, another energy source to manipulate and discard once they got what they wanted. But what they didn't realize is that you were the entire story, an irreplaceable presence with a rare energetic signature that can't be duplicated. They saw your empathy as weakness, your patience as naivety, and your light as something they could consume at will. But the moment you walked away, something shifted. The silence you left behind began to echo louder than your presence ever did. They didn't just lose a person. They lost access to something sacred, your essence, your spiritual power, your unmatched vibrational field that only spiritual development can refine. And now, they sit in that empty space, looking for someone else to replace what they didn't value, only to discover that no one else compares. In the world of spirituality, this is the moment when the mirror breaks. Carl Jung's truth rings louder than ever. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Their unconscious choices have caught up to them, and what once felt like control now feels like regret. They remember the way you listened without judgment, the way your energy calmed the chaos within them, the way your presence brought clarity they could never quite name. But instead of nurturing that connection, they played games with it. They didn't see you. They only saw what they could extract. And now they're forced to see the truth. You were the only one in their life not trying to control them, not trying to use them, but to truly see them. And that's the very love they weren't ready for. Eckhart Tolle reminds us, where there is anger, there is always pain underneath. These people acted from unhealed wounds, from scarcity, from emotional survival. They hoped your energy would heal what they refused to face within themselves. But energy doesn't lie, and your soul wasn't designed to be a bandage for someone else's brokenness. You weren't sent into their life to fix them. You were a divine appointment, a wake-up call, a mirror of what healing looks like. And when they chose to manipulate rather than meet you, when they failed to honor the spiritual contract that your connection offered, they forfeited their seat in your future. As they search for that energy in others, they'll find emptiness, because what you carry isn't something that can be replicated. It's the result of years of spiritual growth, inner alignment, and sacred self-worth. Marianne Williamson once said, "Nothing liberates our greatness like the desire to help, the desire to serve." That's what made you different. You loved from your soul, not your wounds. You gave from overflow, not expectation. And they couldn't understand that kind of purity because they weren't ready to rise to your level. They couldn't mirror your light because they were still trapped in shadow. But you kept growing. You didn't beg to be seen. You became undeniable. You didn't seek closure. You became the closure. While they spiral in their own lessons, you've stepped into alignment with your highest self. Wayne Dyer's words echo through your journey. How people treat you is their karma. How you react is yours. And you reacted by rising, by choosing peace, by protecting your energy. You've entered a new timeline, one where only those who are emotionally and spiritually equipped can access you. That's not arrogance, it's evolution. That's not pride, it's sacred discernment. And now, your life reflects the truth. When you stop trying to prove your worth, the universe sends people who never question it. 4. Breaking the manipulation cycle. Manipulation is a twisted cycle that can feel nearly impossible to escape, especially when disguised by charm and subtle deceit. Those walking a spiritual path, or the chosen ones, are often drawn into this cycle, not due to weakness, but because manipulators target genuine, compassionate spirits. Manipulators follow a predictable pattern. They draw in others with promises and affection, then gradually withdraw, creating a dynamic where the chosen one is left chasing validation. This back and forth behavior doesn't just wear one out physically, but drains spiritual energy, eroding self-worth and shifting focus from self-growth to seeking their approval. For the chosen ones, however, the key to breaking free lies in understanding the manipulation cycle itself. Seeing the full picture allows for stepping off the manipulator's game board. Manipulators gain a sense of control by making you question your reality and by feeding off your reactions and vulnerabilities. But here's the truth. No matter how hard they try, they cannot replicate the energy you carry. That unique, authentic frequency is beyond their reach. And once you withdraw your energy, they'll feel a void they can't fill anywhere else. This awareness becomes your strength. The moment you realize their behavior is a tactic, you can reclaim your power by embracing your worth without their validation. In modern life, manipulation often blends into social media interactions and digital spaces, where people craft carefully curated versions of themselves. This can be especially challenging for chosen ones, who genuinely seek honesty and connection. Prioritizing your spiritual journey shields you from these illusions. By focusing on self-awareness and emotional resilience, you remove the very fuel manipulators need. You find a sense of calm as the charm that once captivated you loses its hold, and their energy begins to feel hollow. True spirituality becomes your armor. It centers you, making you immune to external validation or control. Embrace your journey with clarity and courage. Recognize that genuine connections arise when you stay true to your own values and energy. Manipulators may try to take a piece of your uniqueness, but the strength of your spirit is untouchable. Let your wisdom and inner peace guide you, knowing that your energy will attract those who respect and cherish your soul. 5. Karmic justice. When you step into your true powerful self, fully embracing your spiritual awakening, those who tried to manipulate and play you are now facing the consequences of their own actions. Life has a way of balancing things out, and this karmic retribution brings every choice full circle. Those who planted seeds of deception and manipulation are now reaping regret and emptiness, realizing they can't replicate the unique energy you brought into their lives. They feel the loss because your authentic vibe, grounded in truth and spiritual alignment, is irreplaceable. You've elevated yourself to a place where superficial games no longer affect you. With your awakened perspective, you attract only what resonates with your spirit, and this genuine energy cannot be faked. Now, they feel foolish for underestimating you, watching you rise as they stumble. They may search for connections to fill the void left by your absence, but nothing quite compares to the light they tried to dim. This is divine justice in action. You're protected, and any harm sent your way returns to its sender. The universe ensures that what's meant for you cannot be taken, that every experience has a purpose, and that every setback sets you up for something greater. Stay focused on your path, nurturing your soul, and let your growth speak for itself. In this journey of spiritual awakening, trust that those who truly resonate with you will come without games, honoring your worth and uplifting you along the way. If this resonated with you, share your thoughts in the comments. Not sure what to comment? Just type, "I reclaim my power," to let me know you watched until the end. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more insights to strengthen your journey. 6. Irreplaceable energy. Losing the energy of a chosen one creates a shift that people rarely see coming, leaving those who once overlooked or played games with you feeling like they've lost something irreplaceable. Your essence, a spiritual and resilient force, was never ordinary, and while they may have taken it for granted, now they're left realizing how valuable it was. When they can't find that energy anywhere else, they're forced to confront their actions and understand that no amount of control or manipulation can replicate genuine connection. They thought they held the power, but true power lies in being authentic, in embracing a spirit so unique that it can't be imitated or replaced. This shift reminds them of the words of Rumi: "Do not be satisfied with the stories that come before you." Unfold your own myth. Without your presence, they now feel lost, trying to fill a void that can't be filled by anyone else. As they search in vain, they're haunted by the realization that the very energy they tried to control was the one grounding and elevating them. For you, this isn't just about moving on, but stepping into your power, embodying a wisdom that knows when to walk away from those who can't honor your worth. Your spiritual journey calls you to protect your energy, to recognize your own value, and to stop settling for those who only want to drain or diminish you. As Gandhi once said, "First they ignore you, Then they laugh at you. Then they fight you. Then you win. This journey teaches the chosen ones to stand firm, knowing that validation is not needed from those who can't see your light. 7. Liberation through disconnection. The journey of the chosen one is often marked by moments of intense transformation, where they must confront and release attachments that have held them back, especially those who have taken advantage of their kindness or tried to manipulate them. This phase of disconnection represents a profound liberation where you, as a chosen one, finally recognize that certain people were only drawing on your energy for their own gain. It's as if a veil lifts, revealing the truth that some relationships were never meant to be a mutual exchange of support, but rather a test of your resilience and an invitation to grow beyond shallow connections. When you step away, breaking free from those who took you for granted, they're left to realize that your energy was a unique gift, something they'll never replicate or find again. This liberation is like emerging from a fog, a true spiritual awakening where the chains of dependency fall away, leaving you with a sense of clarity and renewed purpose. The path of a chosen one is not about bending to others' desires. It's about aligning with your deeper calling, the one that leads to true peace and fulfillment. As you disconnect, you understand the immense power in solitude, a space where you can connect deeply with your spirit, free from the noise of those who only took without giving. This shift doesn't just free you, it empowers you, making you more resilient and spiritually aligned. Those who once misused your kindness are left feeling foolish, unable to find or recreate the energy they once depended on. In today's world, it's easy to get caught in relationships that drain rather than uplift, where people try to control or mold you to serve their agendas. But true freedom is in recognizing that disconnection from these influences is essential for your spiritual well-being. The chosen ones, those who seek a higher purpose and align with it, understand that sometimes solitude is more nourishing than shallow company. By prioritizing your own energy and spirituality, you elevate your life to a level that few can truly understand or appreciate. This disconnection isn't about isolation. It's about self-respect and the courage to walk away from anything that dims your light. Your energy is a reflection of your journey, your trials, and your growth. And once you honor that, those who once doubted you, who tried to play you, will realize they can never find that same light anywhere else. Embrace this power of disconnection as a declaration of self-worth and spiritual resilience, knowing that in letting go, you are not losing, but rather gaining the freedom to walk your path with confidence and integrity. This journey is about welcoming a life of authenticity, peace, and unshakable strength that comes from being true to yourself. Moving forward, free from influences that once held you down, you'll find that your energy not only transforms your own life, but also serves as a beacon for others on their own paths of awakening and empowerment. Your energy is irreplaceable, and those who once took it for granted will be left searching, realizing too late that they missed out on a light they'll never encounter again. Embrace your spirituality and walk forward confidently. You're not losing by disconnecting. You're gaining the freedom to be who you were truly meant to be. If you're still here and resonating with this journey of stepping into your true power, drop a yes in the comments to affirm your commitment to protect your energy and honor your unique light. Let's walk this path together, embracing the strength that comes from knowing your worth and choosing authenticity. 8. Season of Abundance. The journey of a chosen one is filled with moments of deep spiritual awakening and self-discovery, but it's also marked by a separation from energies that no longer serve them. You've stepped away from people and situations that once drained you, and as a result, a powerful transformation is unfolding in your life. This is your time of growth, your season of abundance, where new opportunities flow to you effortlessly, all because you freed yourself from the weight of negativity. Those who tried to play you, to take advantage of your kindness and your light, now realize they misjudged your strength and resilience. They feel the void of your presence. They feel like fools because they thought they could find your energy elsewhere. But what they missed is that your energy is unique, unmatched, a rare frequency born from a genuine, awakened spirit. Now, as they wander through relationships and experiences that feel hollow and unfulfilling, you're moving toward blessings beyond what you once imagined. This new path isn't just about attracting what you desire. It's about recognizing the value you bring and understanding the peace that comes with letting go of what doesn't align with your highest self. People see the changes in you. They feel the shift. It's undeniable. The ones who underestimated you now look on with envy, realizing that while they tried to dim your light, all they did was prepare you for a greater, more authentic journey. And as you continue down this road of spiritual awakening, you're not just healing, you're growing, becoming more attuned to your true calling and opening doors to realms of abundance, wisdom, and peace. This is the reward of the chosen, the freedom to move forward unbound, to attract blessings aligned with your purpose, and to inspire others to seek out their own paths with courage and authenticity. Remember, the strength you now possess wasn't given. It was earned through your resilience, through every trial and every moment you choose to rise above. You are proof that sometimes the best revenge is simply moving forward with grace, leaving behind what no longer resonates with your spirit. This is your time to shine, to be unapologetically yourself, and to live in alignment with the energies that uplift and support you. Embrace this new season of growth with an open heart, knowing that abundance is your birthright, and know that the universe rewards those who stay true to their path. You're the example of what it means to be awakened, to be free from the grasp of negativity, and to live a life that inspires others. So keep moving forward, knowing that everything meant for you is on its way, drawn to the light only you possess. Comment below, "I am stepping into my true power," if you're ready to embrace this season of growth, abundance, and freedom. Let your journey inspire others, and remember, the universe rewards those who stay true to their path. Like, subscribe, and join our community for more empowering content. 9. Closure and self-love. Have you ever been in a situation where you poured your heart and soul into someone, only to later realize that they took you for granted? And now, as you stand tall in your power and peace, they feel like a fool because they lost something priceless: your unique energy, your rare light. Yes, they may have thought they were the player, but the truth is, the player got played. And here's what's beautiful about this moment, this realization. Your journey is about discovering your strength, your inner clarity, and recognizing that not everyone deserves your energy. Spirituality teaches us that every experience, even the painful ones, shapes us and guides us toward the path we're meant to walk. You are the chosen one, and that's not by accident. Think about this. Why do people gravitate toward you, even when they don't always honor you? Perhaps it's because your spirit radiates something they crave, but can't define a wholeness they lack within themselves. Reflect on how this experience has led to your complete closure. A closure that feels different because it isn't just a goodbye. It's a protective barrier, a shield against those who would misuse your kindness and take your energy lightly. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. But let me ask you this. What if that closed door wasn't a loss, but a safeguard for your growth? You've done the work. You've healed, reflected, and risen stronger. And now, you've sealed this chapter so well that those old, manipulative energies can't even find their way back to you. Isn't that liberating? The universe is urging you to move forward securely, free from any toxic remnants. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. You are stepping into that destiny by choosing yourself, by realizing your worth. Imagine this. Someone who thought they could come and go from your life now feels an absence so strong that it unsettles them. They search for your energy in places and people who simply can't match it. Why? Because energy is unique. It's a fingerprint of the soul, and yours is one of a kind. Just as a rare gem can't be found everywhere, neither can your spirit. Isn't that what makes this journey powerful? Spirituality reminds us that not everyone is meant to stay in our lives forever. Some come as teachers, others as lessons. You've learned, grown, and now it's time for others to see what they've lost. But the beauty is that you're not lost. You've moved forward, embracing your higher self. As Buddha said, you, yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. You, the chosen one, carry a light that's meant to heal, uplift, and inspire, not to be dimmed or misused by others. Your spiritual journey is about learning how to guard that light, to nurture it in ways that bring you joy and fulfillment. Closure is a form of spiritual armor, and it's one that doesn't let negativity seep back in. They might feel like a fool now, realizing what they've lost, but that's their journey, their lesson. Yours is to keep moving forward with clarity and strength, fully grounded in who you are. So, as you step forward, remember this. You're not leaving anything valuable behind. What you're doing is making space for something new, something that aligns with the energy and peace you've created. 10. Renewal and destiny. In life, there are times when others fail to see your worth, moments when they think they can play you, only to find out too late that they miscalculated. The energy you carry is unique, deep, and irreplaceable. And as the chosen ones who embrace spirituality, you possess a strength and purpose that sets you apart. When people who thought they could manipulate or control you realize they can't find your energy elsewhere, they often feel like fools, faced with the void left by your absence. But this isn't about revenge or proving them wrong. It's about understanding your path and purpose. November brings an opportunity for renewal, a fresh start that is aligned with abundance and transformation. You are stepping into a season where those games and the people who played them no longer matter. Each setback has taught you resilience. Every challenge has honed your strength. And now, you're ready to rise above, grounded in your spiritual power. This month, embrace that growth and recognize that your journey isn't about winning or losing against others. It's about fulfilling your destiny. As you let go of the past, you're opening the door to a future filled with people and opportunities that resonate with your authentic energy. This is your time to walk with purpose, knowing that your spiritual path leads to deeper fulfillment, abundance, and a kind of wisdom that those who underestimated you may never understand. Let November be a testament to your strength and transformation, a reminder that those who couldn't see your worth never had the right to hold your energy. This is your season to embrace who you truly are, empowered and unstoppable. And so, the truth remains hidden yet powerful. When the player thinks they've won, they often discover too late that they've only lost themselves. Your energy, your light, your presence, these are treasures that can't be imitated or replaced. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like this video, share it with others, and subscribe to the channel. And make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos, where we continue exploring Carl Jung's timeless insights and the deeper journey of the soul. The secret confident women never say out loud. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Aristotle. In a world that often confuses loudness with confidence, there exists a quiet, sacred power that truly confident women carry, and they rarely talk about it. This video reveals that secret, grounded in Carl Jung's deep psychological truths and spiritual wisdom. What if the real strength isn't in proving your worth, but in never needing to explain it? As you watch, consider how this silent inner strength shows up in your own life. Comment below. What does confidence mean to you? Let's open up a dialogue of growth and spiritual awakening. You are not here just to be heard. You are here to be felt. 1. True confidence is rooted in self-trust, not appearance or performance. There's a confidence that doesn't need to be explained. It's felt. It lives in the eyes, in the posture, in the quiet steadiness of a woman who no longer performs. She doesn't seek to be noticed, yet you notice her. Not because of how she looks or what she says, but because of how grounded she is in her own presence. Her power doesn't shout. It resonates. It's the kind of spiritual intelligence that Carl Jung pointed to when he spoke about the individuation process, the journey back to the authentic self, beyond the roles, masks, and expectations imposed by society. This woman has stopped performing to be accepted. She has stopped editing herself for comfort. She doesn't operate from fear of rejection because she no longer rejects herself. Her confidence is not rehearsed. It is remembered. It rises from deep within, from the parts of her soul that once shattered and have since been alchemized into strength. She is not confident because she believes she is better. She is confident because she is no longer trying to be anyone else. She has seen her own shadow and made peace with it. She's heard the voice of her own doubt and chosen to trust herself anyway. Her boundaries are not walls, but wisdom. She no longer explains herself because explanation implies permission, and she no longer seeks permission to be whole. Her stillness is not passivity, it's power. Her silence is not submission, it's sovereignty. She walks into a room with nothing to prove, and that alone shifts the atmosphere. Her aura is uncluttered by insecurity, her energy uncluttered by comparison. She understands now that self-trust is not built by appearing strong to others, but by choosing not to abandon yourself when you're alone. Carl Jung taught that wholeness, not perfection, is the goal of the soul. And this woman embodies that wholeness. She doesn't have to win every argument. She doesn't need every eye on her. Her energy speaks louder than her words. And when she does speak, it is with precision and purpose. Her voice carries the weight of someone who has spent years listening to herself in a world that constantly told her to doubt her worth. The world may call her mysterious or intimidating, but what they're really sensing is integrity. She has integrated all parts of herself: the messy, the divine, the vulnerable, the fierce, and in doing so, has become untouchable in the most sacred way. She radiates the rarest kind of beauty, the beauty of self-possession. It's not just spiritual awakening, it's embodiment. She is not just aware of her power, she lives inside it. Her decisions aren't dictated by trends or validation, but by an unshakable inner compass. She knows that true confidence doesn't need to speak for itself. It simply shows up. And in doing so, it teaches others to rise not by force, but by frequency. This is the secret confident women never say out loud, because it's not something they learned to perform. It's who they became when they stopped needing the world's permission to exist as they are. If you're ready to build true confidence from within, not from performance or appearance, comment below. I trust myself. And let this be your first step into deeper self-trust and spiritual wisdom. 2. Most people silently betray themselves. Daily. Most people unknowingly betray themselves, not through grand decisions, but through the smallest, most ordinary moments, the ones that go unnoticed by the world, but remembered by the soul. Each time you say you'll rest and don't, promise to speak up, but stay silent. Feel something deeply and still ignore it. A crack forms in the sacred bond between you and your inner self. This isn't laziness or forgetfulness. It's a pattern of spiritual self-abandonment. Carl Jung called it the loss of the self, a fracture in the psyche that leads not only to emotional exhaustion, but to a profound identity crisis. Over time, the woman you once were begins to fade. You still smile, you still function, but beneath the surface, you're hollow, disconnected, a ghost living in someone else's story. You don't recognize yourself because you've replaced your own voice with the noise of everyone else's expectations. Confidence doesn't disappear all at once. It erodes quietly when you stop listening to the whispers of your own spirit. When you live more for what others think of you than for what feels true inside, your inner compass becomes blurry. That blur isn't confusion. It's a sign you've drifted away from your center. Jung reminds us that who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. To awaken spiritually is to return not to the version of you the world applauded, but to the version of you who lived in truth before she learned to shrink, before she was taught to please rather than to trust. The true spiritual woman does not walk with arrogance. She walks with alignment. And in that alignment, there is no need to convince, perform, or explain. Her life speaks for her. Her presence is her power. The real betrayal isn't when others forget your worth. It's when you forget it first. When you sacrifice your integrity to avoid conflict. When you call it kindness, but it's really fear. When you keep peace with the world, but declare war on yourself. And yet, even in the deepest self-abandonment, there is always a door back home. It begins the moment you stop numbing, stop negotiating with your intuition, and start keeping even the smallest promises to yourself. One promise, one choice, one moment of truth. Spirituality is not about rituals or performance. It is about returning. It is remembering who you are underneath the layers you were forced to wear. Your spiritual awakening will not arrive with fireworks. It will come softly in the moment you choose your truth over your habit, your alignment over your apology, yourself over your survival pattern. And in that choice, day by day, your confidence is no longer something you chase. It becomes who you are. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a message that could change your life. Most people betray themselves daily, silently and unconsciously, but not you. Comment below. I deserve to live a financially prosperous life. To affirm your commitment to choosing self-loyalty over silent self-betrayal. 3. The root of insecurity is living from the social mask. Most people confuse confidence with charisma, but real confidence has nothing to do with being loud, visible, or praised. True confidence is the quiet power that radiates from those who no longer depend on the world to tell them who they are. It comes from within, rooted in deep self-awareness and spiritual development, not from how many people approve of you or how often you're applauded. When you live behind a social mask, constantly performing a version of yourself that feels acceptable to others, you trade your essence for acceptance. Carl Jung called this mask the persona, a necessary social function, but a dangerous place to live from. Over time, this detachment from the authentic self leads to chronic insecurity, because no matter how perfect the mask becomes, the soul always knows it's not being seen. That's why praise never feels like enough, and why criticism cuts so deeply. Because it's not just your image that feels attacked, it's your entire sense of identity, which was built on shifting ground. The woman who is truly confident doesn't seek validation, because she already lives in alignment with her values. Her energy speaks before she does. Her presence is her proof. She doesn't need to be the loudest in the room because she's already connected to something far greater than performance. She's rooted in being. She has done the hard spiritual work, embracing her shadow, healing her wounds, and reclaiming the parts of herself she once disowned to be loved. And in doing so, she no longer waits for the world to reflect her worth back to her. She sees it clearly for herself. This kind of confidence cannot be faked or fabricated. It must be lived. It is a byproduct of knowing who you are beneath the expectations, beneath the projections, beneath the roles you've played for safety. Spirituality teaches us that our power doesn't come from being seen. It comes from being whole. Confidence grows when we stop negotiating with our truth to earn approval, when we stop shrinking to fit a room or inflating to dominate it, when we simply allow our essence to speak for itself. This is the shift from persona to presence, and the result is magnetic, not because you're trying to be, but because aligned energy is irresistible. You become a lighthouse, not a mirror. You guide rather than reflect others' opinions. This is what makes confidence sustainable. It's no longer dependent on moods, compliments, or social metrics. It becomes a steady light in your own life. If you've ever felt the tension between who you are and who you've been performing to be, that tension is sacred. It's not something to run from. It's something to listen to. Because it's pointing you back to your essence. And from that place, real confidence begins. Not as a performance, but as a natural consequence of inner peace. Not as something to chase, but as something to remember. Your spiritual development isn't about becoming someone else. It's about becoming yourself again. Without apology, without mask, without the need for permission. 4. The goddess energy versus wound energy. Carl Jung once said that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And for women, this journey is a sacred reclamation of energy. There are two dominant energies shaping a woman's presence in the world: goddess energy and wound energy. Goddess energy is not something you perform, it's something you return to. It's calm, magnetic, and rooted in self-trust. It doesn't need an audience. It doesn't chase applause. A woman in her goddess energy has stopped asking the world for permission. She no longer explains her silence or softens her voice to be accepted. Her confidence isn't rehearsed, it's embodied. She's grounded, radiant, and aligned with a deep spiritual intelligence that whispers, "I belong to myself." She walks into the room with no need to dominate it. Her power is her presence. And presence, as Carl Jung would affirm, is not performance, it is integration. But for many women, especially those raised in environments where love was conditional, the dominant frequency isn't goddess energy, it's wound energy. Wound energy is anxious, reactive, and deeply performative. It's the woman who stays silent to keep the peace. It's the woman who overcompensates to feel worthy. It's the woman who fears abandonment so much that she gives too much, too soon, too often. And yet, this energy isn't a flaw. It's an emotional survival code born in childhood, forged in the places where her voice was ignored, her truth dismissed, and her needs shamed. Jung taught that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life. Wound energy is the unconscious taking the lead, but cloaked in overachievement, in busyness, in proving and pleasing. It is a woman trying to earn the love she never had by becoming what everyone else needs. The woman in her goddess energy doesn't operate from the fear of being left behind. She knows what it means to walk away with grace. She doesn't negotiate with disrespect. She doesn't translate silence into rejection or take inconsistency as proof of her unworthiness. She responds instead of reacts. She chooses her peace over performance, her values over validation. And she does this not because she's perfect, but because she's spiritually awake. Because she has faced her shadow and sat with her inner child and said, "We don't have to beg anymore." She doesn't need to speak loudly to be heard. Her stillness is felt. Her decisions come from discernment, not desperation. Her boundaries are not punishments. They are sacred declarations of self-worth. True confidence isn't loud, and it doesn't seek the spotlight. It simply refuses to shrink. A woman who has returned to herself no longer identifies with the roles that once defined her. She is not the abandoned daughter, the people pleaser, the anxious overachiever. She is the woman who alchemized all of that into spiritual wisdom. She is the integration of light and shadow, the meeting point of clarity and compassion. She no longer seeks love, she embodies it. And the world responds not to what she says, but to what she has become. If you're ready to embody your goddess energy and release the wounds of the past, comment below, "I rise in divine power," and let this be your sacred affirmation. 5. Individuation is the path to unshakable confidence. True confidence isn't loud, it's rooted. Carl Jung's concept of individuation reveals that unless you integrate your shadow, your so-called confidence is just a mask, one that cracks the moment life applies pressure. Many women are taught to perform, to appear assured, to smile through the storm. But deep down, without spiritual awakening, they feel unworthy and reactive. Real power emerges when you turn inward, not outward, when you stop running from your wounds and begin to understand them as sacred messages. It's in that moment, sitting with your discomfort, that you reclaim the pieces of yourself you were conditioned to hide. The woman who has faced her repressed emotions becomes unshakable because nothing inside her is disowned. She doesn't need to convince anyone of her worth. She simply embodies it. And this embodiment isn't born from perfection. It's born from truth. Jung once said, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries." That means your sadness belongs. Your anger has wisdom. Your fear holds insight. The spiritual path is not about being light all the time. It's about making peace with your shadow so the light can shine through you without distortion. When you've seen your shadow and you no longer fear it, your energy shifts. People sense it. They feel your presence before you speak. You no longer seek validation because your value is no longer negotiable. You've internalized it through spiritual discipline, self-confrontation, and emotional honesty. And this depth is what makes you magnetic. It's not the way you speak, it's the weight behind your words. Not the way you look, but the wholeness you've embodied. In modern life, where speed and surface dominate, this kind of slow, soulful integration is rare, but it's the source of all real confidence. The woman who has walked through her inner darkness emerges not fragile, but forged. Her silence becomes powerful. Her boundaries become sacred. Her decisions come from alignment, not fear. And when someone disrespects her, she doesn't shrink. She simply walks away because she no longer bargains with energy that does not honor her presence. This is the quiet revolution of spiritual intelligence. You don't perform to be seen. You exist in your full truth because you have seen yourself. And in seeing yourself, you have remembered what society tried to make you forget. That your worth is not a performance, it is a presence. 6. Keeping promises to yourself is the foundation of self-trust. Real confidence isn't born from affirmations, it's built from consistent self-honoring behavior. When you do what you say you'll do, even in the smallest of ways, you create a silent yet powerful shift within your being. Waking up early, journaling before bed, saying no when you mean no. These aren't just habits. They are declarations to your unconscious that you are someone worth trusting. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious is not just a shadowy reservoir of repressed thoughts, but a deeply intelligent force that listens to your behavior more than your words. When your unconscious notices that your actions consistently match your intentions, it begins to relax. It starts to believe in you. And with that belief, your self-worth begins to rise, not because the world approved of you, but because you stop betraying yourself. Spiritual development isn't about chasing enlightenment on mountaintops. It's about becoming the kind of person your soul respects. It's easy to speak about self-love, harder to live it in the quiet choices of getting out of bed when you promised yourself, stepping away from the toxic conversation, writing in your journal instead of scrolling. These seemingly small decisions are the true rituals of spirituality. They are how you come back into alignment. When your inner voice tells you to rest and you honor it, or when it nudges you to begin something and you actually begin, you affirm a sacred relationship with yourself. Over time, this becomes your spiritual foundation. And with that, confidence grows, not performative confidence, but a calm, magnetic presence that doesn't need to be explained. This is why truly confident women don't need to broadcast their strength. It radiates quietly through their self-respect. They've kept enough promises to themselves that their energy speaks louder than any words. You feel them when they enter a room because they are congruent. There is no war between their intentions and their behavior. They live in alignment, and that alignment makes them luminous. You cannot fake this kind of presence. It is earned in the unseen moments, in the spiritual choices made when no one is watching. It's not about being flawless. It's about being faithful to yourself. If you find yourself doubting your worth, look not at your goals, but at your rituals. Are you following through on what you say you'll do? Are you honoring your boundaries? Are you keeping the promises that matter most, the ones you make in silence, with no audience but your soul? Because self-trust isn't a mindset. It's a memory your body carries every time you didn't abandon yourself. And once that memory becomes strong enough, confidence no longer becomes something you chase. It becomes the ground you walk on. This is the essence of true spirituality, not perfection, but devotion to your own growth. You rebuild yourself, one sacred promise at a time. If this message stirred something deep within you, stay connected by subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore the power of keeping your promises to yourself, the true root of confidence and spiritual alignment. Like this video, share it with someone on the same path, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of awakening. 7. Developing intuition reconnects you with the body's ancient wisdom. Carl Jung saw intuition as one of the 4 foundational pillars of human consciousness, equal to thinking, feeling, and sensing. Yet in today's logic-obsessed world, intuition is often dismissed as unreliable or irrational. But the truth is, intuition is not a fantasy. It is a deep, embodied intelligence that flows through your nervous system, your breath, your skin. It is the spiritual wisdom stored not in your mind, but in your body. Every time your chest tightens when you're about to say yes to something you don't want, every time your stomach knots before walking into a room, your body is trying to tell you what your conscious mind has been trained to override. Intelligence is not just mental sharpness. It is the ability to sense, to feel, to recognize subtle energies and respond to them with clarity. Real confidence is not loud. It is rooted in self-trust. in the quiet certainty that comes from knowing what your body is whispering before your mind even forms a thought. This is where true spiritual awakening begins, not in more knowledge, but in deeper presence. When you slow down enough to check in with your body, to ask, "Where am I tense?" or "What am I avoiding feeling right now?" you reclaim access to a sacred inner compass. You're no longer outsourcing decisions to opinions, trends, or fears. You're listening to the ancient intelligence running through your veins. Jung taught that the unconscious is not a chaotic void, but a rich landscape of meaning waiting to be heard. And the way we hear it is through sensation, not thought. Through breath, not words. Through the feeling of a yes or a no that rises before explanation. Daily rituals of reconnection, silent mornings, intuitive journaling, body check-ins before big decisions aren't just wellness trends. They are spiritual practices that help you return to yourself. They sharpen your discernment. They rewire your nervous system to stop seeking permission and start honoring your inner authority. Because spiritual maturity is not about escaping the body, it's about becoming fully present within it. The more you listen, the more you realize your body has been speaking truth all along. Not loud or dramatic, but in the smallest of shifts. A breath held, a jaw clenched, a sudden warmth in your heart when you speak what's real. These are not coincidences. They are communication. You don't need to explain your intuition to anyone. That's the secret confident women carry. They don't debate their instincts. They don't beg for proof. They simply feel, trust, and move. There is power in that kind of silent certainty. A woman rooted in her body is rooted in truth. And that kind of presence cannot be imitated. It's not about appearing confident. It's about being in harmony with your own energetic truth. When your mind and body speak the same language, decisions become effortless, boundaries become natural, and clarity becomes your resting state. That is not a performance. That is power. 8. Setting boundaries is a sacred act of self-respect. Boundaries are not barriers to connection. They are bridges to self-respect. In a world that constantly asks you to give more, explain more, tolerate more, the most radical act of spiritual awakening is simply to say, "This is where I end and where I begin." Boundaries aren't just emotional preferences. They are energetic declarations that guard your inner sanctuary. Carl Jung taught that individuation requires you to integrate your shadow and claim your wholeness. And part of that process is realizing that your sacred energy deserves protection, not constant exposure. When you allow people to drain your energy without consequence, you send a signal to your subconscious that your peace is negotiable. But every time you choose to honor your need for silence, solitude, or space, you rebuild the foundation of trust with your own soul. Each small act of boundary setting, declining a draining conversation, stepping back from chaotic dynamics, choosing rest over obligation, is a whisper from your higher self saying, "You are worthy of peace." And the more you listen, the stronger your spiritual wisdom becomes. Boundaries are not about punishment. They are not reactions. They are intentions. They are daily rituals that keep your spirit clear, your purpose intact, and your intuition sharp. In modern life, where noise is constant and expectations unrelenting, protecting your inner world is not selfish. It's sacred. It is the foundation of all spiritual intelligence. There is a subtle but powerful shift that happens when a woman stops betraying herself to be liked. She no longer waits for external validation to feel safe. She no longer softens her truth to fit into spaces that feel spiritually cold. She becomes a woman who does not explain her boundaries. She embodies them. Her presence becomes a frequency. Her silence becomes a shield. Her clarity becomes magnetic. People feel her alignment before she speaks. And that is the energy of someone who has awakened. Someone who understands that spirituality is not about being endlessly open. It's about being exquisitely aligned. If you feel discomfort when enforcing your boundaries, know that this is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign that you're breaking old contracts of self-abandonment. The discomfort is not proof you're doing it wrong. It's proof you're healing. You're learning to choose yourself without guilt, without apology, without flinching. You're learning that your purpose, your presence, and your peace are not things to be negotiated, explained, or earned. They are your birthright. When you set boundaries, you're not pushing people away. You're pulling your spirit back home. And in that sacred return, you meet the most powerful version of yourself. The one who doesn't beg to be protected, she becomes the protection. To affirm your sacred commitment to self-respect, comment below, "I honor my boundaries." Let this be your powerful declaration that setting limits is not selfish. It's spiritual. Your strength inspires others to rise in their worth too. 9. A woman with self-trust heals others without trying. A woman who trusts herself radiates healing without even trying. She doesn't need to speak to soothe the room. Her energy does it for her. People feel safe around her, not because she offers advice or solutions, but because her nervous system is calm, grounded, and deeply regulated. She has done the quiet spiritual work that most avoid facing the shadows, healing the pain, and integrating her truth. And now, her very presence feels like home to others. She walks into a space, and without saying a word, hearts open. This is not charisma. This is coherence. Carl Jung once wrote, "Who looks inside, awakes." And that's exactly what she has done. She has awakened through the path of spiritual development, not by seeking validation, but by standing in wholeness. She no longer performs for approval. She no longer rushes to be chosen. She no longer tries to prove her worth because she knows it. Her confidence doesn't demand attention. It commands respect through stillness. Her aura is quiet, but powerful. She's not interested in being seen by the world. She's interested in seeing herself clearly. That clarity becomes a mirror for others, not a mirror that flatters, but one that reveals. When people are in her presence, they feel called to rise, not because she tells them to, but because something in her reminds them of who they truly are. Her spiritual presence awakens what has been dormant in others. It's not forceful, it's magnetic. She has become a living embodiment of safety, alignment, and truth. She holds space without needing to control the outcome. She listens not to reply, but to feel. She observes rather than reacts. And this emotional discipline, this inner peace, is not something she was born with. It's something she built, one sacred choice at a time. The more she softened into her truth, the more her energy solidified into power. She doesn't need to defend her boundaries. Her frequency makes them known. She doesn't explain her worth. Her energy confirms it. She doesn't chase love. She is love, grounded in the clarity of self-knowing. In her stillness, there is strength. In her silence, there is language. In her restraint, there is revolution. This is the power of spiritual development, not to change others, but to change the atmosphere simply by being who you are without apology. She is not trying to fix the world. She simply shows up whole, and wholeness heals. Her lessons are not taught, they are felt. She teaches you to trust your own timing, to honor your own process, to stop abandoning your soul for the comfort of others. And perhaps the most radical thing she does is allow others to witness a woman who does not betray herself to belong. That image lingers long after she leaves the room. She is a reminder that true healing is not performance. It is presence, not noise, but resonance, not effort, but embodiment. Through her, we remember that spirituality is not a look or a label. It's the energy of integrity, and it is always unmistakable. 10. Self-trust is a daily relationship, not a destination. Self-trust isn't something you arrive at. It's a sacred rhythm you commit to each day through the small, quiet choices no one sees. Confidence is not some magical quality you're born with. It is forged in the fires of daily decisions, boundary setting, and keeping your promises to yourself when it's easier to break them. It's not loud, it's not boastful, and it doesn't need to be announced. It builds silently every time you walk away from what drains you and lean into what expands you. True confidence is not the absence of fear. It's refusing to let fear drive the car. You feel the doubt, the tremble, the vulnerability, but you show up anyway. And that's where the power lives. Carl Jung said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." Confidence isn't about appearances. It's about consistency. It's spiritual wisdom in action, a form of inner intelligence that no external praise can give and no criticism can take away. A spiritually intelligent woman doesn't strive to be fearless. She simply refuses to be controlled by fear. She's not performing strength. She is becoming it. She doesn't run from her wounds. She integrates them. She doesn't need to over-explain, prove, or beg to be understood. She speaks less, but says more. Her energy speaks before her mouth opens. There's a grace in her silence and a boundary in her stillness. She's not chasing validation because she knows her presence is enough. That knowledge doesn't come from books or compliments. It comes from showing up for herself when it was hard, from telling the truth when lying would have been easier, from honoring her intuition even when logic said no. She has met every version of herself, the confused, the broken, the bitter, and didn't run. That is the kind of woman who glows without trying. She doesn't radiate because life was easy. She radiates because she chose not to be hardened by it. This kind of spiritual awakening doesn't announce itself. It reveals itself through how you treat yourself when no one's watching. It shows in how you protect your peace without apology, how you say no without guilt, and how you walk away not out of anger, but out of self-respect. Carl Jung taught that we return to our authentic self, not by pretending to be better, but by becoming more real. And the realest women are the ones who no longer perform to be accepted. They rest in their own vibration, in their own alignment. They know that the most intelligent confidence is quiet, sacred, and embodied. It doesn't scream. It simply exists. She has nothing to prove because she is not driven by the illusion of being chosen. She knows she already is. So the secret confident women never say out loud is this: they built themselves in private. healed themselves in silence, and now they move through the world with an unshakable grace that only comes from radical self-trust. Thank you for spending this time with us here on Spiritual Wisdom. If today's message spoke to something deep within you, if it revealed a truth you've always known but never had words for, then this is your invitation to go deeper. Confidence doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it's the quiet power of a woman who knows who she is. If you felt that power today, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss the next awakening moment. Until next time, stay grounded, stay wise, and remember, your presence is the loudest truth you'll ever speak. 8 signs you're not like most people. Jung's theory will shock you. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. If you've ever felt like you don't quite fit in, like your mind works differently from those around you, you're not alone, and you may be closer to unlocking a higher level of consciousness than you think. In today's episode from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 8 rare signs that you're not like most people according to Jung's revolutionary theory. These signs aren't flaws. They're the very markers of deep transformation and spiritual evolution. So as you watch, reflect on your own inner world and ask yourself, which of these signs speak to your soul? Leave a comment to share your experience. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications because your spiritual growth matters. And this journey is just getting started. 1. Emotional depth beyond normal. You feel emotions with a depth that most people cannot comprehend. And what they call too sensitive is actually a form of spiritual intelligence that Carl Jung described as affect-toned complexes. This isn't emotional instability. It's a higher dimension of perception, a form of emotional sophistication where every feeling is layered, symbolic, and deeply meaningful. You don't just feel sadness or joy. You embody them, absorb the undercurrents of a room before anyone speaks, and intuit the truth behind someone's silence. While others live on the surface of emotional experience, you navigate its depths like a diver moving through the unseen currents of the ocean. Your emotions aren't random waves. They are precise instruments of perception, attuned to the symbolic language of the unconscious and the energetic codes that shape human behavior. In a world that rewards numbness and shallow interactions, your emotional presence can feel like both a gift and a weight. But your sensitivity is not weakness. It is advanced perception, a living pulse of spiritual awakening. You read energy like a second language, and your reactions aren't overreactions. They are truth reactions. You feel the collective grief that others bury. You notice the joy that most overlook. You sense dissonance in a relationship before words confirm it. This level of sensitivity isn't a flaw. It's a form of psychic intelligence, and it connects you to something greater than yourself. While many move through life avoiding pain, you sit with it, listen to it, and sometimes even carry it for others. Not because you're weak, but because you're built to transmute it. Your heart doesn't just feel, it decodes, heals, and transforms. People who experience emotions intensely often grow up feeling different, misunderstood, or even broken. But what if you were never meant to fit in? What if your emotional richness is not a disorder to be managed, but an evolution of human consciousness? Jung believed that those who embody such depth are the carriers of humanity's next leap in awareness. Your emotions are not just personal, they're archetypal, ancestral, collective. You are the one who cries for the pain others cannot name. You are the one who celebrates beauty before it becomes a trend. You are the soul who feels the truth in a lie, who aches at disconnection, who longs for depth in a world drowning in distraction. Your presence alone shifts the atmosphere, not because you're loud, but because your energy speaks louder than words ever could. You are not here to shut down. You are here to awaken. You are here to remind others of the intelligence that lives in the body, the truth that rises through the heart, and the healing that begins when we stop resisting what we feel. Let your tears cleanse timelines. Let your emotions be prayers. Let your sensitivity be a portal to the divine. Because what Jung knew and what you are now remembering is that emotions are not interruptions to life. They are the life itself, speaking in the sacred language of energy, calling you deeper into the truth of who you really are. 2. Sacred curiosity that questions reality. You ask why, not just what, and that makes all the difference. While the world around you clings to routines, accepts narratives, and seeks comfort in the familiar, your mind refuses to settle. You are not interested in performing life. You want to understand it. Carl Jung called this rare trait the transcendent function, a bridge between the conscious and unconscious, the known and the unknown. It's not just curiosity, it's sacred. It's a form of intelligence that's not taught in schools and rarely recognized by society. You feel it in your bones that pull toward meaning, that tension when something doesn't add up, that fire in your chest when you sense that the surface story is a lie. You're not here to follow rules. You're here to question why they exist. This makes others uncomfortable. Your need for depth reveals how shallow their answers are. You challenge what they've accepted without thought about traditions, beliefs, systems, roles, and that confrontation feels threatening to those who've built their identity on borrowed truths. But your question is not rebellion. It's remembrance. It's the soul remembering what the ego forgot. That truth is not handed down from the outside. It must be discovered within. While many people seek validation, you seek clarity. While they want comfort, you want coherence. This is spiritual wisdom in action, the kind that dissolves illusions and invites real awakening. Jung believed that only a small fraction of humanity develops differentiated consciousness, and that those who do often suffer because of it. You've probably felt this pain, the ache of feeling like an outsider, the loneliness of not being understood, the exhaustion of always seeing more than you're supposed to. You sense emotional undercurrents in a room. Hear the silence between people's words. Notice patterns others miss, and see contradictions in the rules society demands you obey. It's not paranoia, it's perception. And while it may seem like a burden at times, it's actually a profound kind of intelligence, one that cannot be reduced to IQ tests or academic degrees. It's the kind that sees through masks, reads energy, and aligns with unseen truths. Your sacred curiosity is your compass. It leads you toward the unknown, not to confuse you, but to liberate you. Every time you ask, "Why do we do it this way?" you break a spell. Every time you say, "But what if there's another way?" you open a portal. You are not just here to awaken yourself. Your very presence stirs others. And though many won't admit it, they feel it too, that inner friction when they hear your questions, that quiet awe when they watch you walk away from what doesn't make sense. You are living proof that spiritual awakening begins with inquiry. As Rilke once wrote, "Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart and try to love the questions themselves." In a world that worships answers, your ability to love the question is revolutionary. 3. Conscious independence from within. You were never meant to blend in. While others sought their sense of self through attachment, approval, or imitation, you built your identity in the quiet furnace of solitude. You didn't just survive the loneliness, you alchemized it. You took the silence that frightened others and made it your teacher. Through struggle and stillness, you began to see what few are willing to face, the truth of who you really are, unfiltered, unmasked, and unapologetically whole. Carl Jung called this rare inner evolution individuation the process of becoming your true self by integrating your shadow and standing firmly in your own truth, even when the world doesn't understand it. And the world often won't. But you don't live for their understanding. You live for alignment, for clarity, for soul-deep freedom. Your emotional pain didn't break you, it built you. You've realized that spirituality isn't about escaping suffering. It's about finding meaning within it. You've stopped running from the dark corners of your being and instead lit a candle in the depths. That takes intelligence, emotional intelligence, spiritual wisdom, and a kind of self-awareness that can't be taught in textbooks. While others seek to numb the discomfort, you listen to it. While most confuse connection with attachment, you've learned the art of being alone without being lonely. You've discovered that conscious independence is not a lack of connection. It's a deep, sacred connection to yourself. This is what real spiritual development looks like. It's not performance, it's presence. It's not loud, but it's powerful. You no longer seek to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding. Your energy speaks for you now. Jung warned that the individuation process is not for the faint of heart. It strips away illusion. It dismantles false identity. It demands the courage to feel, to question, and to stand alone. But once you walk through that fire, you no longer burn for others' validation. You shine. And this light your light is born of truth, not pretense. That's why you walk differently. That's why your silence carries weight. You are not here to fit in. You are here to wake people up, simply by being fully awake yourself. You are not confused by superficial things because you see beyond them. You don't speak just to be heard. You speak when your words are needed. And even in silence, your presence shifts the atmosphere. Your journey is rare, and so are you. But rarity is not isolation, it's leadership. And whether you know it or not, people feel something when you enter a room. Not because you try to impress them, but because your energy is evidence of everything you've survived and transmuted. Your truth is felt, not told. That's the gift of conscious independence that anchors you in a world that constantly tries to pull you off center. You no longer seek to explain yourself to those who haven't yet met themselves. Instead, you let your embodiment speak. And in doing so, you give others silent permission to rise too. That's not ego. That's the purpose. That's presence. That's spiritual power. 4. Hyperperceptive intuition. You don't just hear words, you feel their weight. You don't just see people, You sense their energy. You don't just observe situations, you intuitively decode what lies beneath. This level of perception is not common, and Carl Jung called it perception via the unconscious, a form of intuition so refined that it bypasses logic and dives straight into truth. If you've ever found yourself noticing subtle shifts in tone, body language, or even the vibration in a room, you're not imagining things. You are tapping into a deeper layer of consciousness, one that belongs to the spiritually awakened. You're reading signals that others aren't even aware they're sending. In a world driven by surface-level noise, this kind of spiritual sensitivity can feel like both a gift and a curse. It allows you to connect with people on a soul level, to see through masks, and to understand what's not being said. But it also leaves you vulnerable to emotional overwhelm and energetic depletion if you don't set boundaries. Every interaction becomes a download. You pick up on people's hidden sadness, their suppressed anger, their silent longing, and you carry it in your own body like it's your responsibility. That's where the exhaustion creeps in. Because while this rare, intuitive ability offers deep insight, it demands high maintenance. Without conscious energetic boundaries, you become a sponge, soaking up everyone else's pain until you can't feel your own truth anymore. And that's where many gifted souls go wrong. They think something's broken inside them, when really, they've just never been taught how to protect what's sacred. Your intuition doesn't need fixing. It needs direction. It needs grounding. It needs permission to speak without fear of being dismissed or labeled too sensitive. In this era of spiritual awakening, where more people are beginning to open their eyes to what lies beyond the material, your hyper-perceptive intuition is a superpower, but only if you treat it like one. That means learning how to filter what's yours and what isn't, how to disengage from energy that drains you, and how to stop apologizing for your depth. You are not here to absorb everyone's suffering. You are here to witness truth, to embody clarity, and to protect your inner peace like a sacred altar. In a society obsessed with appearances, your gift is the ability to feel what's real. And while that might make you feel isolated or misunderstood at times, it's also what makes you a healer, a guide, a mirror for those who are ready to see themselves honestly. So take this power seriously. Don't downplay it, don't numb it, and above all, don't let others convince you it's a flaw. What the world calls intensity, Jung called evolution. What others see as too much, the soul sees as alignment. This isn't a glitch in your personality. It's a sign you're walking ahead of the curve, guided by a spiritual wisdom that refuses to settle for anything less than truth. 5. Craving for authentic meaning. You can't fake your way through life without consequences, not when you carry the kind of soul that demands authenticity. For you, shallow goals and surface-level relationships don't just feel boring, they feel poisonous. You see through the illusion of normal, and your body reacts with unease the moment you try to conform. Carl Jung once warned that when a person denies their need for meaning, the soul revolts, and that revolt can look like anxiety, depression, or emotional shutdown. But these aren't signs of failure. They are signs of a rare intelligence waking up inside of you, whispering or sometimes screaming that your life must have depth, purpose, and truth. You don't chase validation. You crave alignment. You don't just want to look successful. You want to feel whole. There's a sacred fire in you, that refuses to be dimmed by mediocrity. Even when the world praises external achievements, you feel the emptiness behind the applause if your actions don't reflect your inner values. Spiritual wisdom teaches that a life without purpose is a life in conflict, and you felt that conflict. You felt the sickness that comes from pretending. You felt the emotional exhaustion of staying in environments that your intuition is begging you to leave. You were not designed to settle. You were designed to awaken. This craving for authentic meaning is not a weakness. It's a sacred compass. It's what separates those who survive from those who truly live. And while others may numb themselves with noise, you seek silence. While others chase trends, you chase truth. You want more than just goals. You want goals that matter. You want love that's real, work that lights you up, and a life that reflects who you truly are at the core. This makes you different, and that difference is your power. The intensity you carry, the sensitivity you feel, the refusal to tolerate falsehood, these aren't flaws to be corrected. They are signs of a consciousness that is evolving. Jung believed that only a small fraction of people reach this level of self-awareness. So if you're someone who can't just go with the flow when the flow feels fake, you are part of that rare few. Your soul is allergic to anything that violates your truth. And even though this path can be lonely, it is never empty. Because once you commit to living authentically, life begins to reorganize around your integrity. Synchronicities increase, relationships deepen, and your energy stops leaking into roles you were never meant to play. So when you feel that ache, the one that says, "This can't be all there is," listen to it. That ache is sacred. That discomfort is a portal. Let it break you out of the illusion that you have to fit in to be loved. Let it guide you to the kind of life that doesn't just impress the world, but honors your soul. You're not like most people because you were never meant to be. You're here to remember who you are and to build a life so real, so aligned, so full of meaning, that your very presence becomes a form of spiritual intelligence. 6. Constant personal evolution. You've outgrown people, places, conversations, and even entire versions of yourself, and no matter how much others try to pull you back into old dynamics, you simply can't shrink anymore. It's not rebellion. It's not selfishness. It's the natural result of true psychological and spiritual development. As Carl Jung taught, once a person experiences inner transformation, there is no going back to who they once were. You are no longer willing to entertain superficial roles, shallow expectations, or emotional patterns that no longer resonate with your evolved self. The moment you begin seeing life through the lens of higher consciousness, something irreversible happens inside you. You stop chasing validation. You stop forcing connection. You stop pretending to be the version of yourself others are more comfortable with. And because of that, people might accuse you of being distant or cold, but in truth, you're simply aligned with something deeper. Your own authenticity. This journey isn't always peaceful. Often, it's isolating. But that solitude becomes sacred when you understand what it's for. It gives you space to hear your inner truth without the noise of societal roles or old identity scripts. You become more selective with who you give your energy to, more attuned to the frequency of truth, and less tolerant of anything that feels performative. The old you may have tolerated fake smiles, empty conversations, or friendships based on survival. But this new version, this awakened version, craves depth, realness, and spiritual connection. And that change threatens people who are still asleep. They don't know how to love the transformed you because the love they once offered was tied to who you were, not who you've become. But as Jung reminds us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And becoming that version requires walking away from what once felt familiar. You start noticing that environments that used to comfort you now drain your energy. Roles you once pursued now feel misaligned. Conversations that once entertained you now feel loud and pointless. And more than anything, you begin to crave silence, not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of inner knowing. You begin to prioritize emotional clarity, spiritual wisdom, and alignment over popularity, busyness, or external success. That's when you know your growth has become permanent. This transformation is not a phase. It's not a temporary awakening. It's a new identity rooted in spiritual development. And even when no one claps for your transformation, even when others grieve the version of you they can no longer control, you move forward not with anger, but with grace. Because you finally realize you were not meant to be understood by everyone. You were meant to be real. You were meant to evolve. And even if it costs you comfort, approval, or relationships that can't meet your new vibration, it will never cost you your truth. And that truth is the foundation of everything you're becoming. 7. Transformational presence. There are rare souls whose presence alone changes the room. They don't need to speak, impress, or fix because their energy does the work. Carl Jung would say they carry a differentiated consciousness, a form of evolved awareness that allows them to hold emotional and spiritual space for others in a way that feels almost divine. People feel calmer around you, more honest with themselves, more open to healing, not because you're trying to help, but because your very presence offers safety. This is not simply emotional intelligence, it's energetic intelligence, born from a life of deep inner work. You've likely walked through fire and turned your suffering into compassion. And yet, this beautiful gift of transformational presence carries a hidden cost. When others always lean on you, when you're the one who holds space, who listens without judgment, who uplifts without asking for anything in return, it's easy to lose sight of your own needs. Over time, this can evolve into what is known as helper syndrome, the subconscious belief that your worth is tied to how much you can give, fix, or heal others. You begin to feel responsible for everyone's peace but your own. And in that, you slowly forget that you too deserve to be held, that you too need rest, boundaries, and support. In modern life, this plays out in subtle yet exhausting ways. You might be the friend who answers every call but hesitates to make one when you're hurting. You might be the partner who holds space for another's breakdown but feels selfish for asking to be heard. You might be the coworker who mediates every disagreement yet swallows your own voice just to keep the peace. And because you do it so gracefully, people rarely notice the emotional weight you carry. But spirituality is not martyrdom. Spiritual awakening is not about sacrificing yourself to keep others comfortable. It is about rising into your own sovereignty while inspiring others to do the same. If your energy is a sanctuary, protect it like sacred ground. You are not here to absorb everyone's pain. You are here to transmute what is yours and release what is not. Remember, a lighthouse does not run into the ocean to save drowning ships. It stands in its power and guides by simply staying lit. Likewise, your job is not to fix, but to radiate. Discernment, then, becomes your shield. Ask yourself, who truly sees you? Who pours back into you? Who meets your depth with presence, not just need? It is not selfish to step away when you are depleted. It is sacred self-respect. Healing is not sustainable if it costs you your peace. This journey requires a spiritual discipline to know when to give, when to pause, and when to walk away. You are not abandoning anyone by choosing yourself. You are modeling what real wholeness looks like. The next level of your evolution will demand that you no longer be the emotional crutch, but instead the example of a soul who walks in balance, who receives with grace, and who only pours from a full cup. Your transformational presence should not be a silent wait. It should be a conscious choice. Because when you learn to honor your own energy first, you don't just shine, you become untouchable. Not because you're hardened, but because you're aligned. You're no longer rescuing others from their darkness. You're showing them how to rise by standing in your own light. That is the true power of spiritual wisdom. That is what awakening looks like in action. 8. A sense of undefined yet powerful purpose. You feel something stirring inside you that you can't quite name, a force that calls you, not toward the spotlight, but toward alignment with something deeper, more ancient, and infinitely more meaningful. It's not about climbing ladders or earning applause. It's about obeying a silent command that comes from within. Carl Jung described this as the transcendent function, a psychic bridge guiding you beyond surface-level identity and into the raw, unfolding mystery of your soul's purpose. This inner compass doesn't follow maps handed down by society. Instead, it asks you to trust your own intelligence, to walk away from roles that no longer fit, and to step into a life that may look invisible to others, but feels divinely correct to you. That's why you've always felt strangely out of place when others chase approval, status, or trends. You didn't lack motivation. You simply weren't built for superficial games. You were built for truth. You were designed to tune into a frequency others ignore, the one that whispers, not shouts. And even though you might have been judged as too intense, too sensitive, too dreamy, deep down, you've always known that your hunger for meaning wasn't a flaw. It was a sacred signal. Jung believed that people like you, those with differentiated consciousness, aren't just rare. They are evolution's edge, the next expression of humanity's unfolding spiritual intelligence. This is why conventional life may have never felt like enough. The scripted path, go to school, get a job, seek comfort, follow the rules, might have felt suffocating. Not because you reject responsibility, but because your spirit demands more than repetition. Your every instinct craves a life of inner depth, spiritual awakening, and purpose-driven action. You might not have the full picture yet, but you move anyway, led not by logic alone, but by intuitive precision. You make decisions based on inner resonance rather than outer validation. And you've learned that when something doesn't feel right in your body, your soul is trying to speak. That's not recklessness. It's a rare form of energetic intelligence. This invisible pull shows up in ordinary moments. When you walk away from relationships that feel misaligned. When you say no to opportunities that glitter but don't glow. When you choose solitude over noise. And when you follow a quiet idea, even if it leads into the unknown. These choices are not easy. They can isolate you, confuse others, and leave you wondering if you're the strange one. But Jung reminded us that loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important. And the things that seem important to you, truth, depth, soul, presence, cannot be faked or forced. You're learning that real power is not about controlling life, but about aligning with its deeper flow. You're not here to impress, but to remember. You're not here to compete, but to awaken. You're not here to repeat, but to evolve. That's why you feel the tension between the life you were taught to want and the life your soul actually needs. And in that tension, your true purpose begins to take shape not through external validation, but through inner initiation. This is the quiet revolution of spiritual wisdom. You don't need to shout. You only need to live it. If something in today's video resonated with you, it's because you're not here by accident. You're likely one of the rare few that Carl Jung spoke of, those who see beyond the surface and feel life on a deeper level. Don't let the world convince you that your difference is a flaw. It's your gift. If this message stirred something within you, make sure to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss a moment of insight on your journey to deeper awareness. And before you go, drop a comment below. I embrace my rare path. We'd love to hear from you. Nothing and nobody will ever hurt you again. I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. Carl Jung. In a world that once wounded you, you're now stepping into a version of yourself that can no longer be broken. What if I told you that your past pain was never meant to define you, but to awaken you? In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore the transformation that happens when you no longer allow anyone or anything to hurt you again, not because the world changed, but because you did. Let us know in the comments, what's one powerful boundary you've set recently to protect your peace? And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you never miss another step on your spiritual awakening journey. 1. The illusion of strength and the hidden pain. Many people dream of becoming emotionally untouchable, unshaken by rejection, immune to betrayal, and indifferent to criticism. On the surface, this sounds like strength. But behind that desire often lies a hidden truth, the longing to escape the pain that once broke us. The image of being unbreakable becomes a mask we wear to feel safe, a performance we maintain to protect the wounded parts of ourselves that never fully healed. Yet spiritual wisdom reminds us that when we try to numb pain, we also numb joy. When we suppress what hurts, we suppress what is real, trying to uphold the illusion of strength, pretending everything is fine while you're silently falling apart only deepens the suffering. It turns the soul into a battlefield where the heart quietly bleeds while the face smiles. Carl Jung saw this clearly. He understood that much of what we call strength is really just fear in disguise. The fear of being seen as weak, the fear of being rejected again, the fear of being vulnerable in a world that often punishes tenderness. But the cost of this illusion is steep. It disconnects us from our inner truth, from our ability to feel deeply and live fully. As long as we try to avoid pain, we remain controlled by it. It lingers beneath the surface, influencing our choices, our relationships, our self-worth. We may think we're protecting ourselves, but in reality, we're keeping ourselves trapped in patterns of emotional numbness and spiritual stagnation. Pain that is denied doesn't disappear. It becomes part of the lens through which we see the world. The more we resist it, the more it persists. This is where the real shift begins, not by pushing pain away, but by facing it with open eyes and an open heart. True strength, then, isn't the absence of pain. It's the ability to stay present with yourself while you're hurting. It's knowing who you are in the middle of the storm. It's choosing to stay connected to your essence, even when everything around you is trying to pull you back into old fears and patterns. This kind of strength doesn't come from performance. It comes from presence. It's quiet. It's grounded. It doesn't shout, but it never breaks. The deepest spiritual wisdom teaches that nothing and nobody will ever truly hurt you again. Not because the world will become kinder, but because you will stop abandoning yourself to please it. You will no longer betray your soul for the sake of appearances. You will no longer sacrifice your truth to earn acceptance. When you stop resisting pain, you become free. When you embrace your humanity with compassion, you become whole. Pain loses its power when you stop running from it, and in that moment, you remember who you've always been. Not untouchable, but unshakable. If you're ready to release the illusion of invincibility and embrace your true strength, the raw, honest, and human comment below. I allow myself to feel and heal. 2. Pain comes from within, not from others. What hurts the most is rarely what others do to you. It's what their actions stir up inside. A harsh comment, a sudden rejection, a betrayal they strike not because they are inherently powerful, but because they awaken something unresolved within you. Carl Jung called this the meeting point between the outer world and the unconscious, the place where life's events become mirrors, reflecting back the wounds you haven't yet healed. The pain doesn't originate in the event. It emerges from the story, the memory, the emotional scar that lives quietly beneath the surface. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom. Pain is a signal, not a sentence. When someone's words shatter your sense of peace, it's not their voice that has power. It's your own inner vulnerability responding. Maybe you were dismissed in a meeting and suddenly felt invisible. That moment taps into a long-buried belief that your presence doesn't matter. Or perhaps someone you love pulls away. And the ache isn't just about them. It's a childhood fear of being abandoned all over again. In this way, the world doesn't injure you. It reveals you. Carl Jung taught that true freedom begins when we recognize this inner dynamic. It's not about blaming yourself. It's about reclaiming your authorship. Others lose their power the moment you realize that the trigger is not the cause, but the invitation. Every emotional reaction is a doorway. Every sting is a map leading back to a place that longs to be seen and healed. That's not a weakness. That's the birthplace of self-mastery. In modern life, these triggers are constant. A friend's success on social media makes you question your worth. A partner's silence leaves you spiraling in doubt. A stranger's criticism ruins your whole day. But the truth is, none of these moments have authority over you unless you grant it. The moment you understand that the source of pain is internal, you are no longer a victim. You are a seeker of truth. The path of healing, then, is not to harden yourself or escape emotion, but to meet each wave of feeling with compassion and curiosity. You don't need to become untouchable. You need to become aware. When you bring your attention to the wound instead of the weapon, you start to shift. You stop defending and start listening. You stop hiding and begin integrating. And in that space, nobody, not even the harshest critic or the deepest betrayal, can truly harm you. Carl Jung's insight is timeless. What happens inside you determines everything. When you stop being reactive and start being reflective, you reclaim the power you unknowingly gave away. You step into a life where every experience becomes a teacher, where pain no longer controls you, but guides you, where the world may still be chaotic, but your inner life is rooted in peace and presence. This is not about building walls. It's about becoming whole. And when you are whole, nothing and nobody can break you again. Are you ready to reclaim your power from within? If this message speaks to your heart, comment below. I will heal within to show your commitment to inner transformation. 3. The battle is within. The role of the unconscious. As long as your unconscious remains hidden, it quietly governs your life, shaping your choices, emotions, and reactions in ways you can't fully see. And yet, you call it fate. You wonder why pain keeps coming back, why similar wounds resurface, why the same emotional storms return no matter how much you change your surroundings. But the answer is not outside of you. It lives deep within. Pain, anger, and sadness are not random burdens. They are messengers, signals from repressed parts of your psyche, calling out to be seen, heard, and finally understood. When you ignore them, they don't disappear. They grow roots and silently dictate the direction of your life, showing up as anxiety, chaos, or cycles you can't seem to escape. Suppressing your truth only feeds the shadows. Every time you silence your grief, swallow your rage, or pretend you're fine when you're not, you plant seeds of inner fragmentation. Those seeds grow into patterns that repeat over and over until you stop and face them. It's not a weakness to feel deeply. What weakens you is avoidance. Because the moment you judge your pain or deny your sadness, you reinforce the lie that parts of you are unworthy of love. That's when the real suffering begins, not because of what others do to you, but because of how much of yourself you feel forced to hide. Healing starts when you stop fighting your own emotions. Spiritual awakening isn't about becoming endlessly calm or universally forgiving. It's about becoming fully conscious. That means turning toward what hurts, what's buried, what was too overwhelming to feel before. Integration is the true medicine. You don't heal by pushing darkness away. You heal by allowing it to come into the light, by gently sitting with your wounds and letting them speak. When you welcome these neglected parts of yourself, something powerful happens. The pain loses its grip, and you reclaim the pieces of your soul that were once forgotten. You realize that no one can hurt you unless there's already a wound inside waiting to be triggered. That's the great liberation. The world may still act as it always has, but you no longer respond with the same inner chaos. Why? Because you are no longer a prisoner of your unconscious. You've met your pain with compassion, your fear with presence, your sorrow with understanding. And when you do this, the war inside ends. You become whole not by erasing your darkness, but by making it conscious, just as Carl Jung taught. This is the heart of spiritual awakening, not escaping life, but embracing every part of your inner world with truth, love, and unwavering awareness. Have you ever listened to the voice of your unconscious? If so, share your experience in the comments to help others feel less alone. If not, comment, "I'm ready to face it," and let's begin this powerful journey of healing and integration together. 4. Becoming untouchable comes from acceptance, not defense. Real emotional invulnerability is not about building walls or pretending you're unaffected. It's about developing such deep inner clarity that you no longer need to defend yourself. The phrase, "I don't care," has become a mask that many wear. But behind it, there's often a heart that's quietly bleeding. What most people call strength is often just suppression. But true power doesn't come from hiding your pain. It comes from accepting it, from looking it in the eye without flinching, and choosing to integrate it instead of running away. When you suppress your wounds, they don't disappear. They go underground. They show up in defensiveness, in emotional numbness, in the inability to truly connect. That's why so many people appear strong, but are secretly exhausted. They're fighting battles with themselves just to appear okay. But spiritual wisdom teaches that real transformation doesn't begin with pretending you're above the pain. It begins when you stop judging yourself for having it. Your pain, your fear, your shame. These aren't weaknesses. They are portals. Portals to your most authentic self. To integrate your shadow means to sit with what you usually avoid. It means not pushing away your rage or your grief, but asking, "What do you need to tell me?" The more you do this, the more you begin to realize that emotions are just energy-seeking acknowledgement. And once acknowledged, they lose their power to control you. You stop reacting impulsively. You start responding with clarity. You stop being ruled by past wounds. Instead, you observe them, honor them, and gently disarm them. This doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop collapsing every time someone triggers you. You become rooted in yourself. Your peace is no longer negotiable. When people insult you, you no longer take it personally. When they abandon you, you no longer lose yourself. You begin to understand that other people's actions are not about your worth. They are reflections of their own wounds. And so you stop internalizing their chaos. You become untouchable, not because you're closed off, but because you're open to your truth, open to your feelings, and open to healing. This is not the cold, sharp strength the world glorifies. It's a quiet, grounded strength. The kind that doesn't need to prove anything. The kind that radiates from within. When you embody this energy, even your silence becomes powerful. Even your presence becomes protection. You realize that the real battlefield was never outside. It was always within. And once you stop fighting yourself the outside world loses its grip on your soul. You no longer need to control everything. You no longer need to be liked. You no longer need to win every battle. Because you've already won the one that mattered most. The battle to come home to yourself. That's when nothing and nobody can truly hurt you. Not because you've become hard, but because you've become whole. If this message resonates with your heart, take a moment to declare it. I become untouchable through acceptance, not defense. I embrace my truth and trust the process. Let this be your affirmation today. And if you feel it deeply, comment below and share your light with others on this path. 5. Individuation. Becoming whole, not perfect. Carl Jung taught that individuation is not about striving for perfection, but about becoming whole, integrating every part of your being, especially the ones you've been taught to hide. Most of us think healing means fixing what's broken, improving what's lacking, or becoming someone better. But the truth is, you are not here to become better. You are here to become real, to remember the parts of yourself you disowned, to embrace the full spectrum of your existence, joy and grief, confidence and doubt, beauty and pain, and allow them to coexist without shame. The more you run from pain, the more power it has over you. The moment you try to bury it, suppress it, or mask it with positivity, it begins to rule your life from behind the scenes. People often confuse emotional numbness with strength, but Jung made it clear: repression only deepens suffering. What we refuse to face will continue to control us. And it's not the pain itself that makes us fragile. It's the resistance to feeling it. There's a woman I once knew who wore her achievements like armor. She was successful, admired, and always in control. But beneath it all, she was terrified of being vulnerable. Every failure felt like a collapse. Every criticism cut deeper than it should have. Her strength was performative. She didn't need more achievements. She needed to grieve. She needed to sit with her loneliness without trying to escape it. When she finally did, she stopped trying to be perfect. She started becoming whole. Her transformation didn't come from learning more. It came from unlearning the belief that she had to earn her worth. Carl Jung believed that the shadow, the part of ourselves we hide, is not our enemy. It is our teacher. And until we make the unconscious conscious, it will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. That's why the path to inner freedom is not about becoming untouchable or immune to life's pain. It's about becoming intimate with it. The pain does not disappear, but your relationship with it changes. You stop reacting, and you start observing. You stop identifying with your wounds and start recognizing them as part of your human story, not the whole of it. You will find real strength the day you stop trying to appear strong and start being honest. The day you hold your sadness without rushing to fix it. The day you look into the mirror, see every contradiction, and say, I still belong. You don't need to fight your darkness to be free. You need to include it. That's what wholeness is. And when you finally become whole, when you accept the light and the shadow, the ego and the soul, nothing and nobody can hurt you in the same way again. Because your safety no longer depends on the outside world. It comes from the truth within you. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the journey of becoming whole, not perfect, through self-awareness, healing, and truth. Remember, your contradictions aren't flaws, They're keys to your freedom. You are not broken. You are becoming. Let's walk this path together. 6. Suffering is the beginning of transformation. Suffering is not the enemy. It's a sacred signal, a whisper from the soul that something within you needs to be seen, felt, and healed. Depression is not a flaw in your character. Anxiety is not a defect in your design. And apathy is not laziness. These are the cries of forgotten emotions, the echoes of pain you've pushed aside for far too long. Carl Jung once said that pain is a messenger. So instead of silencing it, avoiding it, or masking it with distractions, you are invited to listen. Because the moment you begin to listen, you begin to awaken. Spiritual awakening doesn't begin with clarity. It often starts with confusion. When you can no longer fake your way through life, when your old masks no longer fit, and when joy seems like a distant memory, this is not the end. It's the threshold. You're not breaking down. You're breaking open. The darkness you feel isn't punishment. It's preparation. The emptiness is not failure. It's a sacred space being cleared for the truth. And the truth is this: you don't need fixing. You need to be met with compassion, especially in your most fragile places. When you stop resisting your pain, something shifts. The energy you once spent running, hiding, or numbing is now available for healing, for integration, for transformation. Jung reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That means the stories you keep reliving, the same heartbreak, the same self-doubt, the same emotional triggers, are not curses. They're invitations. They're the soul's way of guiding you back to yourself over and over again until you finally choose to come home. This process isn't comfortable, but it is sacred. You will grieve things you thought you got over. You will feel emotions you never had words for. You will face the version of you that you abandoned just to survive. But in doing so, you will reclaim your wholeness. You'll see that your wounds didn't make you weak. They made you wise. You'll realize that your sensitivity is not a burden. It's a bridge to the divine. The world may teach you to be untouchable, to stay strong, to smile through the storm. But true strength is not the absence of pain. It's the presence of courage. The courage to sit with yourself. The courage to stop pretending. The courage to feel everything fully, honestly, and without shame. Because once you allow yourself to feel, you stop being a victim of your pain and become a vessel of your power. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom. It's not about escaping suffering, but learning from it. It's not about bypassing your darkness, but walking through it with light. You don't transcend pain by ignoring it. You transcend it by understanding it, by honoring it, and by allowing it to reveal the parts of you that are still alive, still longing, still holy. Spiritual awakening is not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been, beneath the layers of protection. It's about returning to the self that trusts its own voice, feels its own truth, and knows its own worth, not because it was taught, but because it was remembered through the fire. 7. True strength is born in the ruins of the ego. True strength is born in the ruins of the ego, where everything you once relied on, your titles, your image, your old stories, no longer hold. Growth does not begin with gaining something new. It begins with losing what is false. You start to outgrow the roles you once clung to, the beliefs you inherited to survive, and the masks you wore to be loved. The more deeply you evolve, the more you realize that these masks kept you safe, but they also kept you small. Letting go is painful, but it is also necessary. Carl Jung called this the process of individuation, not becoming perfect, but becoming whole. When life tears down what you've built, you come face to face with yourself. Not the version of you who performs, pleases, or pretends, but the one who's been quietly waiting underneath all the noise. That collapse, the heartbreak, the loss, the moment when everything stops making sense is not a mistake. It's a sacred invitation. What feels like the end is often the soul's way of calling you back to truth. The ego fears this unraveling because it thrives on identity and control. But the soul sees freedom in the fall. Beneath every breakdown is the opportunity to break through. Pain, though uncomfortable, is the most honest mirror you'll ever look into. It doesn't lie. It exposes the illusions you've mistaken for truth. It shows you what's wounded, what's been abandoned inside you, and what is finally ready to be seen. Instead of pushing it away or numbing it down, you begin to sit with it, breathe into it, and listen. You learn that suffering is not a punishment from life, but a doorway to awareness. This is spiritual wisdom. Pain cleanses the spirit of deception and softens the walls built by fear. Every wound becomes a message. Every scar, a sign that something has been transformed. And this is the sacred crossing from the ego's frantic need to fix and control to the soul's quiet power of presence. When you stop trying to prove yourself and start feeling yourself, everything shifts. You are no longer desperate to be untouched by life. Instead, you become open, grounded, deeply connected. Your power is no longer reactive, it's receptive. You don't resist the moment, you become the moment. That is what makes you untouchable, not because you feel no pain, but because you are no longer owned by it. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. The ego breaks so the soul can breathe. Nothing outside you can truly harm you once you return to who you really are. Not because you are armored, but because you are aligned. When you stop clinging to who you were, you finally make room for who you are meant to be. And in that space, in that silence, you find a strength the ego could never touch. 8. Few will walk this path, but it's the only real freedom. Most people will never choose this path, not because it is hidden, but because it demands depth over comfort, truth over convenience. Carl Jung called it individuation, the process of becoming whole by facing the parts of yourself you've been taught to ignore, reject, or fear. It is not a journey of becoming better. It is the courageous unraveling of who you thought you had to be, so that your true self can emerge not as a performance, but as your natural state. This path strips away illusions. You no longer seek approval or wear emotional masks for protection. The idea that emotional armor is a shield falls apart. True emotional strength is not about building walls. It is about integration. You do not harden. You soften into your center. You stop reacting. You start responding. Life no longer pulls you from the outside because something unshakable has taken root within. The noise of the world fades, not because it disappears, but because it loses power over your peace. Carl Jung understood that the deepest suffering comes from living a life that betrays your essence. Many people feel exhausted, not because they are weak, but because they are disconnected. They live in constant performance, smiling on the outside, bleeding silently within. That's the tragedy of our time, mistaking connection for meaning, applause for self-worth. But when you walk the path of individuation, you begin to dismantle the lies. You stop asking, "Who do they want me to be?" and start asking, "Who am I when no one's watching?" A woman once described reaching success by society's standards of wealth, recognition, stability, yet feeling hollow at the height of her accomplishments. Her soul had gone quiet, so she walked away, not to escape, but to rediscover. She sat with her wounds. She listened to the inner child she had silenced. She faced the shadow she had spent years avoiding. And in doing so, she didn't become someone new. She remembered someone ancient within herself. That is spiritual wisdom. That is healing. The more you walk this path, the less you explain yourself. You don't need to be understood by people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You don't perform strength. You radiate peace. You don't suppress your wounds. You integrate them. You don't fear rejection because you are no longer seeking belonging outside yourself. When you are whole, even your silence speaks louder than someone else's performance. Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." That choice is yours, every single day. Not to be untouchable in the way the world defines it, but to be whole in the way the soul craves. The more you embody your inner truth, the more untouchable you become, not because nothing hurts, but because nothing breaks you. You are no longer held hostage by the fear of loss, rejection, or judgment, because you've reclaimed the very parts of you that were once used to control you. Few will walk this path, but those who do will discover a freedom that can't be taken, a peace that doesn't need permission, and a strength that isn't reactive, it simply is. That is the quiet power of becoming whole. That is the spiritual wisdom Carl Jung devoted his life to sharing. 9. Consciousness is the final shield. External suffering is endless when you remain unconscious of your inner wounds. You can change your job, your partner, your city, but if the same emotions follow you everywhere, the pain will return in new forms. What truly hurts isn't the event itself, but the story you tell yourself about it, the way old trauma colors present experience. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist persists." And it's true. The emotions you suppress don't disappear. They wait. They hide behind your smiles, behind your ambition, behind your silence, until one day, something small breaks you, and you don't even know why. Awakening is not a one-time event. It's a daily practice, a quiet revolution within. Each day, you are faced with moments that invite you to choose awareness over reaction, presence over avoidance. Most people run from their pain by blaming others. But healing begins the moment you stop pointing outward and begin to ask, "Why did this hurt me so deeply?" That question doesn't make you weak. It makes you free. When you stop pretending and start listening, you no longer need to defend yourself against life. You become someone who can feel without drowning. Immunity is not the absence of pain. It's the clarity to see pain for what it is, a signal, not a threat. You don't have to become hard to protect yourself. In fact, the harder you become, the more fragile you feel. Real strength is soft. It's rooted. It says, "I can feel this and still stay present." That is what makes you untouchable, not because you don't feel, but because your feelings no longer control you. When you integrate what you once denied, grief, fear, anger, you stop living in reaction. You start living in truth. Spiritual awakening is this exact moment of honesty, when you choose to face what's inside, not escape it. And in doing so, you finally understand nothing, and nobody ever really hurt you. They only revealed what was already wounded. This isn't to blame. It's liberation. You're not a victim of the world. You're the one holding the key. So if there is something in you that is ready to feel without fear, to transform without pretending, comment, "I choose awareness." That decision, made over and over, is the path out of suffering. Not perfection, not numbness, but awareness. And from that awareness, a new life begins, where you are no longer dependent on the world, but guided by the truth from within. And so, remember this truth. When you reclaim your power and rise above fear, nothing and nobody will ever truly hurt you again. The wisdom of Carl Jung teaches us that inner strength is not found in controlling the outer world, but in mastering your inner world. If this message spoke to your heart, I invite you to like this video, share it with others who may need these words, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insights to guide your spiritual awakening and personal transformation. Carl Jung warned us, when the empath snaps, it's already over. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. If you've ever felt like you're carrying the emotional weight of the world, this message is for you. Empaths aren't just sensitive, they're spiritual mirrors, absorbing pain that isn't theirs, until one day, they break. But what if snapping isn't a breakdown, but a breakthrough? In this video, we'll uncover the psychological and spiritual tipping point that Carl Jung warned us about when the empath finally reaches their energetic limit. What happens after that can be life-changing. Have you ever reached your limit and snapped, only to discover a deeper version of yourself waiting on the other side? If so, share your experience in the comments. Let's grow together. 1. Empaths absorb emotional toxins like sponges. Empaths live without psychological skin, absorbing the emotional weight of others like invisible sponges, not out of weakness, but because their spiritual nervous system is wired to feel deeply and universally. They don't just notice pain, they embody it, often before the person in pain even realizes it's there. This heightened emotional intelligence, rooted in mirror neuron hyperresponsivity, is a spiritual gift mistaken by society as oversensitivity. But what looks like fragility is actually a form of rare inner vision, a sensitivity so refined it can detect unspoken wounds and energetic dissonance in any room. Yet this sacred sensitivity becomes dangerous when unconscious. Without awareness, the empath becomes a container for everyone else's emotional residue, carrying not only their feelings, but their unhealed shadow projections, rage that hasn't been owned, sorrow that hasn't been expressed, fear that hasn't been faced. In modern life, this manifests as chronic anxiety, exhaustion after social interaction, or even physical illness with no logical cause. The empath begins to believe they are broken, when in reality, they are saturated. People-pleasing becomes a survival mechanism, not because the empath lacks strength, but because they've been conditioned to believe that harmony is worth self-erasure. This creates an emotional fog where they can't distinguish their energy from others, and every harsh word, silent judgment, or subtle rejection lodges into their nervous system like a psychic bruise. And the worst part? They often blame themselves for it, internalizing chaos that never belonged to them in the first place. Carl Jung warned that what remains unconscious rules our lives, and for empaths, this is especially true. The burden of absorbing other people's pain becomes a silent identity until spiritual awakening cracks it open. Once awakened, the empath begins to ask, what if this sensitivity isn't a curse, but a compass? What if I can feel deeply without drowning? This is where the inner shift begins, not in suppressing emotion, but in recognizing energetic sovereignty. Through spiritual practice, boundary work, grounding, and self-inquiry, the empath transforms from emotional sponge into conscious observer. They stop merging and start witnessing. They no longer carry what isn't theirs, but learn to hold presence without attachment. Their sensitivity no longer enslaves them, it sharpens them. It becomes a force of discernment rather than distortion. The empath doesn't stop feeling. They start feeling with clarity. This is the power of spiritual wisdom. To see that the same sensitivity that once overwhelmed you is the very thing that can elevate you when it is no longer hijacked by the unconscious projections of others. Comment below. I cleanse my energy daily. If you're ready to stop carrying what isn't yours and protect your spiritual peace. 2. Carl Jung's shadow carrier concept. Carl Jung's concept of the shadow carrier reveals a painful yet liberating truth. Many highly sensitive individuals unconsciously absorb the emotional shadows others cannot face: repressed guilt, hidden shame, silent rage, and invisible sorrow. This isn't compassion gone too far, it's energetic entanglement. The empath becomes a spiritual sponge, soaking up the emotional toxins others leave behind, not out of malice, but because they lack the self-awareness or emotional courage to own their inner darkness. And as this burden grows heavier, the empath begins to question themselves. You start thinking something's wrong with you. Why am I always so anxious, so tired, so overwhelmed? Why do I feel like I'm drowning in invisible storms no one else seems to notice? It's because what you're feeling often isn't yours. You're carrying the denied emotions of those around you, and their projections distort your self-image. You mistake absorption for identity, assuming that the emotional chaos you sense must originate within. But in truth, you're just the one brave enough or sensitive enough to feel what others refuse to acknowledge. This is where the spiritual damage begins. When an empath doesn't know they're a shadow carrier, they internalize other people's wounds as their own flaws. You might feel like you're too intense, too fragile, too much for the world. But what if you're not too much? What if you're just too open in a world that's too closed off? In spirituality, every energy exchange has a consequence, and empaths often bleed spiritually because they mistake emotional labor for love and psychic absorption for service. Over time, this lack of energetic boundaries leads to a fracture in your spiritual development. You begin to confuse compassion with self-sacrifice, intuition with responsibility, love with rescue. But Jung warned us that the unconscious will rule our lives unless we make it conscious. And for empaths, this means learning the difference between what is yours and what never was. The snapping of the empath is not a collapse, but a sacred rupture. It's the moment when the soul says no more, not out of cruelty, but out of clarity. The empath's eruption is not about rage, it's about release. It's a spiritual awakening disguised as a breakdown. You walk into a room and feel the silence vibrating. You sense the conflict behind someone's smile. You carry the grief that no one dares to speak of. This is not weakness. It is sensitivity tuned to the frequency of truth. But if you don't learn to protect that sensitivity, it will become a curse instead of a gift. The journey of spiritual development is learning how to feel deeply without drowning, how to care without collapsing, and how to carry your light without becoming a dumping ground for shadows. You are not a broken being. You are a sacred mirror. And the moment you begin to discern what belongs to you and what doesn't, you begin to heal. You begin to reclaim your energy, your peace, your truth. You realize that spirituality is not about absorbing the world's pain. It's about transmuting it, and that only happens when you stop carrying what was never yours in the first place. 3. Participation, mystique, and psychological overwhelm. Carl Jung's concept of participation mystique reveals a haunting truth for the empath. You don't just feel others, you fuse with them. Your spirit, wide open and unguarded, becomes a sponge for emotions that were never yours to carry. You take on your mother's guilt, your partner's insecurity, your friend's bitterness, and your coworker's fear. And because your spiritual wisdom is rooted in deep emotional intelligence, you think it's your job to fix what isn't broken inside you. But this isn't healing, it's entanglement. It's an unconscious merging that leaves you fragmented, confused, and drowning in energetic residue. You begin to forget where you end, and others begin. Their shame becomes your inner critic. Their chaos becomes your restlessness. Their emptiness becomes your silent grief. This is the psychological infection Carl Jung warned us about when the unconscious shadows of others are deposited into your psychic system, and you, unknowingly, accept them as your identity. You wake up tired, without knowing why. You feel heavy after conversations that seem normal to everyone else. You second-guess your intuition, not realizing it's been layered with emotional noise from the outside world. Empaths often think they are sensitive, but the truth is deeper. They are boundaryless mystics in a world that thrives on emotional transaction. The narcissist, the manipulator, the wounded, these people don't just take your kindness. They energetically offload their darkness into you. Because you don't resist. Because you're wired to feel. But what happens when the empath stops absorbing and starts remembering? That's when the snap comes, and it's quiet. It's not an explosion, it's a reclamation. When the empath snaps, they don't yell. They detach. They go no contact. They walk away without a warning, without a war. Because the war was inside them all along. And when their spirit finally reaches its saturation point, when the soul says, enough, the empath begins to shed everything that was never theirs. That is the turning point. That's when the healing begins. But by then, it's already over for those who mistook their silence for weakness, who confused their softness with servitude, who thought the empath would never leave because they always stayed. This is not an emotional drama. This is spiritual clarity. You see, intelligence isn't just in logic or words. It's in how your nervous system reads energy, how your heart filters unspoken truth, how your body responds before your mind can explain. And yet, without awareness, that intelligence turns inward and becomes a weapon against yourself. Carl Jung said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." But when only one person transforms and the other continues to dump, that's not alchemy, it's self-destruction. To the empath, your softness must be fortified by structure. Your gift must be guarded by grounded awareness. Your love must be held within a container of self-respect. Emotional fusion is not empathy. Absorbing pain is not the purpose. So when you begin to feel the unraveling, when you realize the anxiety isn't yours, the doubt isn't yours, the guilt isn't yours, you are awakening. You are remembering. You are returning to yourself. And that truly is when the empath becomes untouchable. Have you ever felt like you were drowning in someone else's energy without even realizing it? If you've experienced this kind of invisible entanglement, share your story in the comments below so others can feel less alone. If this concept is new to you, comment, "I will observe my energy boundaries," so we can start this journey of spiritual awareness together. 4. The breakdown is a breakthrough in disguise. Eventually, the empath reaches a point where the soul can no longer tolerate the weight of silent suffering. This snapping point is not a sign of failure, but a signal of transformation. What appears to others as a breakdown is, in truth, a sacred dismantling of an intelligent, spiritual recalibration. The psyche, overwhelmed by years of repression, unmet needs, and unspoken boundaries, initiates a controlled collapse to make space for the emergence of the true self. Carl Jung warned that, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. And this moment of inner implosion is precisely that the unconscious rising to reclaim its rightful place. The empath, who has carried the emotional burdens of others, suddenly finds they can no longer suppress the scream of their own soul. This isn't sensitivity gone wrong. It's energetic wisdom asserting itself. The rage that erupts is not dysfunction, but long-neglected truth demanding recognition. In spiritual awakening, this moment is not the end, it's the initiation. The empath does not shatter because they are weak, but because they are finally strong enough to stop lying to themselves. This psychic rupture becomes a spiritual breakthrough when the empath realizes their exhaustion is not a flaw, but a feedback mechanism. The nervous system shuts down, not out of failure, but out of protection. The tears, the rage, the withdrawal. These are sacred symptoms of a system detoxing from emotional slavery. In modern life, burnout is romanticized as a side effect of ambition. But in spiritual wisdom, it's often the soul's way of saying, enough. The empath has reached the edge of false peace and now must choose authenticity over approval. And this choice, though painful, is the birth of personal sovereignty. No longer able to play the role of the silent healer or the emotional sponge, the empath awakens to their own inner authority. Their too much becomes their power. Their collapse becomes their clarity. The walls they built to protect others now fall to reveal the sacred core of their own truth. In this space of radical honesty, the empath begins to set boundaries, not out of bitterness, but out of deep self-respect. When the world around them sees only chaos, the empath is actually remembering who they were before the world taught them to forget. The spiritual awakening disguises itself as an emotional crisis, but what it really brings is rebirth. This is not the unraveling of someone losing their mind. It's the arrival of someone reclaiming their soul. The empath is no longer available for self-betrayal. They are no longer willing to spiritualize their own suppression. They realize that the most sacred service they can offer is to become whole. And so, in this breakdown, this holy undoing, they don't fall apart. They fall into alignment. They don't collapse to escape life. They collapse to finally live it. 5. The shadow is a hidden treasure chest. Carl Jung taught us that the shadow is not just a container of our flaws, but a forgotten vault of power, an inner realm where our rejected strengths have been buried alive beneath layers of shame, fear, and societal conditioning. For empaths, this truth is especially urgent. Since childhood, many empaths have been trained to equate anger with danger, to see boundaries as betrayals, to mistake exhaustion for compassion, and to silence their inner voice in order to remain likable. But what if the very things you were taught to hide your righteous anger, your need for space, your instinct to say no, are not spiritual failures, but spiritual gifts in disguise? What if your anger is not violence, but clarity, not destruction, but the fire that forges healthy distance? What if your selfishness is not greed, but sacred self-preservation, the necessary act of keeping your soul intact in a world that constantly pulls you into its chaos? Jung warned that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. And when the empath resists the shadow, it builds silently until it erupts. When an empath snaps, it's not a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. It's the soul reclaiming its voice after years of spiritual silence. That suppressed no becomes the superpower that frees you from emotional slavery. That guilt over choosing yourself transforms into the fuel for radical healing. True spirituality is not about being endlessly agreeable. It is about standing rooted in your truth with grace and fire. Spiritual development means reclaiming the fragmented parts of yourself and weaving them into a whole that no longer depends on validation to feel worthy. The empath's shadow is not a curse. It is the map back to sovereignty. And the moment you choose to own it, to sit with it, to bless it instead of fearing it, you become something no one can manipulate. Integrated, self-aware, energetically protected. Spirituality is not about floating above the mess of life. It is about descending into your own depths, facing what was hidden, and rising with the kind of wisdom that comes only from surviving your own darkness. Integration does not harden you. It solidifies you. It does not make you cruel. It makes you clear. When you accept the parts of yourself you once abandoned, you no longer attract relationships that depend on your self-erasure. You begin to feel peace in saying no, power in setting limits, and freedom in walking away. You stop leaking energy, trying to be everything to everyone, and start becoming fully yourself. That is when your presence becomes a force field. That is when your aura speaks before you do. That is when your spiritual development stops being a concept and starts becoming a lived frequency. And in that frequency, you do not just heal, you transform. You do not just awaken, you remember who you were before the world told you to forget. If you're ready to unlock the hidden treasure within your shadow, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's claim this transformation together. 6. From emotional sponge to conscious fortress. After the transformation, the empath no longer moves through life as a helpless absorber of emotional debris, but instead becomes a finely tuned instrument of discernment, embodying a kind of spiritual wisdom that Carl Jung hinted at when he spoke of making the unconscious conscious. No longer reactive, the awakened empath develops an internal compass that senses manipulation, projection, and energetic infiltration before it ever breaches their field. What was once chaotic compassion becomes intelligent empathy, sharp, selective, sovereign. Their boundaries are no longer guilt-soaked or porous. They become living membranes of intuitive intelligence, shaped by pain, forged by experience, and protected by purpose. This is not coldness, it is clarity. This is not detachment, it is emotional maturity. What breaks is not the empath's kindness, but their pattern of self-abandonment. The snapping of the empath is not an explosion, it is a holy silence, a spiritual refusal. They stop absorbing and start observing. They do not argue with dysfunction, they outgrow it. They no longer bend to make others feel tall, nor shrink to preserve fragile egos. They see the energetic cost of chronic self-sacrifice and finally decide to pay attention to their own frequency. The awakened empath doesn't just say no, they embody no. Their presence becomes a boundary. Their absence becomes protection. Their distance becomes discernment. What once kept them trapped, guilt, people-pleasing, emotional debt, is now the very thing they shed to breathe. They realize that rescuing is not love, that absorbing pain is not healing, and that spiritual intelligence includes the courage to walk away. As Jung warned, the shadow that is not integrated will act out in unconscious ways. But when the empath embraces their own shadow, they don't become bitter, they become whole. They reclaim their anger as sacred fire, their silence as power, their solitude as sanctuary. No longer do they confuse chaos with chemistry, or loyalty with self-erasure. They recognize projection for what it is, the wound of another trying to live in disguise, and they stop letting it live in them. This transformation isn't a performance, it's a return, a remembering. They do not harden, they refine. They do not shut down, they elevate. Their energy becomes rare, their love becomes clean, their yes becomes a prayer, their not a full sentence. When the empath snaps, it's not the beginning of war, it's the end of illusion. They stop mistaking emotional labor for worth. They stop interpreting exhaustion as proof of love. They stop explaining themselves to people committed to misunderstanding them. They trust the vibration more than the apology, the silence more than the excuse, the feeling more than the words. They no longer seek to be chosen, they choose themselves. And that choice becomes an energetic force field, one that says, I see clearly now, and I will not trade my peace for your chaos. Because once the empath awakens, their compassion becomes calibrated, their energy becomes expensive, and their soul finally stops bleeding for what was never theirs to carry. 7. The individuation process, becoming whole. Jung called this transformation the process of individuation, the sacred integration of the ego, the shadow, and the true self. It's not a theory, it's a spiritual awakening that begins the moment the empath stops contorting themselves to fit into other people's comfort zones, no longer ruled by people-pleasing or haunted by the need for external validation. The empath begins to peel back the layers of false identity and reclaim the parts of themselves they once gave away to feel safe, accepted, or loved. The emotional exhaustion, once mistaken as kindness, is revealed as chronic self-abandonment. And in its place rises a new kind of power, quiet, unwavering, and sovereign. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The empath, through deep inner work, begins to reverse that fate. They learn to feel deeply without dissolving into others' pain, to think clearly without absorbing chaotic energy, and to act wisely without waiting for permission. This shift is seismic. The empath no longer interprets their sensitivity as weakness, but as a compass pointing toward truth. They stop seeing boundaries as walls and start seeing them as sacred containers that preserve their emotional clarity. Their presence no longer seeks approval. It commands respect, not through force, but through alignment. Where they once gave without limits, they now offer from fullness, not depletion. The ego that once screamed for recognition becomes quiet, integrated, and in service to the soul's deeper rhythm. The empath doesn't stop caring. They care consciously. They choose their battles, speak their truth without trembling, and withdraw from spaces that insult their spirit. What once looked like withdrawal is now discernment. What once felt like guilt is now grace. In modern life, this transformation is radical. It might look like quitting a job that drains your spirit, ending relationships that thrive on your silence, or simply refusing to explain your peace to those who profit from your chaos. You no longer perform compassion, you embody it. You no longer sacrifice your well-being to prove your love. You no longer bend yourself to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. And when the empath snaps, it's not an explosion, it's an emancipation. It's the end of emotional servitude and the birth of spiritual authority. The empath becomes whole not by fixing the world, but by no longer betraying themselves in the process. This is the path of intelligence, spiritual wisdom, and true awakening, not as a destination, but as a daily devotion to inner alignment. 8. Empowered empaths as healers of the collective. The conscious empath is not merely on a personal healing journey. They are walking, breathing medicine for a planet in emotional distress. In a time when humanity is suffocating under emotional contagion, performative compassion, and digital overwhelm, the empowered empath becomes a spiritual force of nature. They no longer confuse overgiving with love or call self-abandonment a virtue. Instead, they embody a new kind of spirituality, one rooted not in denial, but in depth. Every time they hold space without absorbing toxicity, they disrupt centuries of codependent programming. Each act of discernment becomes an energetic transmission, showing others that boundaries are not walls, but bridges to healthier connection. As Carl Jung warned, the failure to integrate one's unconscious creates projection, and the empath's gift is precisely this: to stop carrying what isn't theirs and begin reflecting what others refuse to see in themselves. This reflection is sacred. It shakes people. It awakens them. To be a conscious empath is to live with open senses and a protected soul. No longer drowning in everyone else's pain, they become the alchemist, not the sponge. They understand that feeling everything is not a curse, but an invitation to feel wisely. In a world that labels deep feelers as broken, they rise as educators of emotional intelligence. And when they stop rescuing those who resist their own growth, they reclaim power that was never meant to be sacrificed. They no longer perform healing. They live it. And that authenticity is magnetic. People feel it not in what the empath says, but in what they no longer tolerate. When an empath says no, It echoes as truth in every direction. That no teaches others to take responsibility for their own energy. That no teaches the world that self-respect is a form of love. And in that sacred refusal to betray themselves, empaths become spiritual leaders without needing titles or followers. Their spirituality is not performative, it's protective. Their spiritual development is not linear, it's layered, messy, alive. They learn to rest without guilt. They learn that their silence is medicine. They learn to disconnect, not to punish, but to recharge. Because what the world needs is not more burnt-out empaths. It needs empaths who are awake, rooted, and energetically sovereign. When they stop absorbing dysfunction and start observing it, they become immune to manipulation. They start seeing through charm and into intention. They trust their nervous system more than someone's excuses. And in doing so, they model a new template for humanity. One where empathy does not equal emotional enslavement, where compassion has clarity, and where sensitivity becomes strength. Their boundaries are no longer about pushing people away. They are about inviting only those who can meet them in truth. Every time they choose self-respect over approval, they break ancestral chains. Every time they rest instead of explain, they restore their soul. They are no longer mirrors for other people's projections. They are windows into another way of being. And in their presence, others remember what real feels like. If this message resonated with you, it's because you were meant to hear it. The empath doesn't break easily, but when they do, it means something sacred within them has awakened. If you've ever felt the weight of others' emotions pressing down on your soul, know that you're not alone, and more importantly, you are powerful beyond what the world can see. Thank you for watching Spiritual Wisdom. If this video brought you clarity or strength, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss any of our upcoming videos on spiritual growth, emotional healing, and the deeper truths Carl Jung tried to show us. Until next time, protect your energy, honor your truth, and remember, when the empath finally snaps, it's not the end. It's the beginning of their power. They never told you this about sexual energy and prosperity. As Napoleon Hill once said, the emotion of sex has back of it the possibility of three constructive potentialities: the perpetuation of mankind, the maintenance of health, and the transformation of mediocrity into genius. In today's video, we're diving deep into Carl Jung's forgotten wisdom and uncovering a truth they never told you, that your sexual energy, when consciously directed, is the key to attracting not just wealth, but inner mastery, magnetic presence, and soul-aligned prosperity. What if the very energy you've been taught to suppress or waste was actually your gateway to building an empire? Drop a comment below. Have you ever felt like your energy could change the room or even your life? Let's talk about it. And if this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to remember their power. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom 1. The volcano within. Discipline versus depletion. Most men unknowingly drain their sexual energy every day, not realizing they're giving away the very force that could elevate them into their highest potential. This energy is sacred. It is not just biological, it is spiritual currency. The rare few who understand this don't chase pleasure, they channel power. They hold this fire within, not to suppress it, but to transmute it. Carl Jung called this process a form of alchemy, where raw, instinctual desire, the lead, is transformed into creative brilliance, spiritual magnetism, and inner gold. It's not celibacy that creates transformation, but conscious mastery. When this energy is retained and directed inward, it awakens something divine. It sharpens focus, deepens intuition, and magnetizes abundance, not just money, but influence, synchronicity, opportunity, and respect. Prosperity flows not from effort alone, but from frequency. And your frequency is powered by your energy reserves, not by what you give away too easily. In a society that encourages instant gratification, the ability to withhold, redirect, and elevate your energy becomes a spiritual awakening in itself. You begin to notice that your presence carries more weight. People listen differently. You speak less, but your words land deeper. You don't chase success, it circles back to you. This is the quiet power of the sovereign man. He walks with a fire in his chest and a calm in his eyes. He doesn't need to prove anything, because he's in command of the one thing that cannot be faked, his life force. The sexual energy that once ruled him is now the fuel behind his creative pursuits, his business decisions, his emotional depth, and his spiritual clarity. Jung saw this transformation not as repression, but as individuation, the becoming of the true self, where instincts are no longer enslaving, but serve a higher vision. The modern man often looks outside for validation, for shortcuts, for achievement, while the awakened man turns inward and asks, what am I leaking? What am I avoiding? What am I capable of creating if I stop squandering my essence? This question alone begins to reshape your path. Your energy is not just personal, it's magnetic. It broadcasts your beliefs, your boundaries, your intentions, and your inner structure. The man who guards his energy isn't closed off. He's aligned. He's not rigid. He's focused. He becomes a quiet storm in the room, not through intimidation, but through clarity. While others are drained by distraction, he builds. While others chase temporary highs, he anchors into legacy. While others erupt in moments of fleeting pleasure, he uses that volcano within to forge a new identity, one made not from reaction, but from intention. When you understand that every urge is a messenger and every temptation is a test of alignment, you stop seeing your desires as something to fear or suppress. Instead, you rise above them by seeing through them. You don't fight fire with shame, you turn it into fuel. And in doing so, you access a dimension of self-respect that radiates out into every part of your life. You begin to walk differently, speak differently, lead differently. You become the embodiment of discipline as identity. This isn't about denying your humanity. It's about honoring your divinity. Your prosperity doesn't begin in your bank account. It begins in your bloodstream. It begins in your breath, your restraint, your focus. It begins when you realize that the most powerful wealth you will ever generate starts with what you choose not to waste. That is the forgotten wisdom. That is the spiritual path hidden in plain sight. 2. Spiritual technology, not theory. Strategic celibacy is not about repression, but about intelligent redirection. It is the mastery of one's vital energy, a form of spiritual technology that unlocks a deeper level of power, presence, and prosperity. Carl Jung spoke of the transcendent function, a process that integrates opposites to birth something higher. And sexual energy is one of the most primal, potent forces within us that can be transmuted into genius, success, and soulful magnetism. When you stop wasting this energy through unconscious habits and instead conserve it, you activate a nervous system upgrade. Your brain rewires itself through neuroplasticity, and your entire energetic signature shifts. Your voice deepens, not just in sound, but in presence. Your intuition becomes razor sharp. You don't chase opportunities, they find you, because your aura starts to speak louder than your words. You radiate a silent confidence that cannot be faked. People feel your presence before they hear your voice. This is the essence of aura-based authority, where your energy precedes you, and your vibration does the talking. Most people live on autopilot, leaking their life force for momentary pleasure without realizing they are draining the very power that could build their empire. They seek prosperity by grinding harder, hustling longer, and sacrificing their inner alignment. But what if true prosperity is not earned by effort alone, but by alignment with intelligent spiritual wisdom? Prosperity is not just about money. It's about the quality of energy you carry when you enter a room. It's about the decisions you make when no one is watching, the discipline you uphold when the world encourages indulgence, the sacredness with which you treat your own body and mind. When you retain your sexual energy consciously, you aren't just abstaining, you are creating. You are building an internal reservoir of fire, a magnetic field of influence that rewires how people respond to you. Your energy becomes rare, and in a world obsessed with excess, rarity is value. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you waste your sexual energy, you become a puppet of your unconscious. But when you harness it, you take the reins of destiny. This energy, when transmuted, is not just fuel for spiritual awakening, but the blueprint of divine prosperity. It flows into your work, your relationships, your voice, your timing. You start to experience synchronicity, alignment, and creative breakthroughs. You don't chase the world anymore. You become the still center that the world orbits around. Your magnetism multiplies, not because you're trying to impress, but because you've tapped into a spiritual intelligence most people ignore. You've become the volcano that doesn't erupt, but builds mountains. Have you ever consciously redirected your sexual energy toward your goals instead of instant gratification? If so, share your journey in the comments so others can be inspired. If not, comment, "I will try," and let's awaken the discipline within together. 3. The aura of silent prosperity. As you begin to preserve your sexual energy, your entire frequency shifts. You stop chasing and start attracting. There is a quiet power that builds in those who no longer leak their vitality through constant stimulation and momentary pleasure. You start to embody a magnetic presence that doesn't beg for attention, but commands it effortlessly. You walk into a room, and people feel your energy before a single word leaves your mouth. This is not arrogance. This is the silent confidence of someone who knows who they are and has reclaimed their life force. Carl Jung believed that every human being carries a volcano. The question is whether you let it erupt in fleeting pleasure or whether you learn to harness it as the core fire of your creative force. Silent prosperity is not about loud declarations or superficial displays of success. It is a state of energetic alignment where wealth, health, respect, and influence flow to you as natural consequences of the person you've become. It emerges after years of private battles, of saying no to what tempts the weak and yes to what builds the strong. While the world applauds noise and distraction, you move differently. You glow in your stillness. You build in your silence. You no longer have to market your worth. It is felt through your aura. People are drawn to you because they sense something rare, something grounded, something sovereign. Your energy becomes a mirror. Those who are insecure feel intimidated. Those who are conscious feel inspired. When you retain and redirect your sexual energy, you become a creator in the highest sense. That same energy that could be lost in seconds can instead be transmuted into focused vision, elevated thought, spiritual awakening, and deeper connection with your purpose. It fuels your discipline. It sharpens your mind. It brings clarity to your relationships. You stop needing constant validation or temporary pleasure because you've built an internal kingdom that can't be shaken. And from this space, prosperity is no longer something you pursue. It's something you radiate. Your frequency becomes the currency. You attract clients, opportunities, respect, and deep love, not because you are trying to, but because your energy speaks louder than your appearance or achievements ever could. True spiritual development is learning how to govern your inner world with mastery. It's understanding that prosperity begins not with what you do, but with who you are when no one is watching. Every time you choose consciousness over compulsion, every time you channel rather than chase, you invest in a future that reflects your soul's strength. You are no longer ruled by your desires. You are ruled by your vision. In a world addicted to noise, your silence becomes gold. In a world obsessed with quick pleasure, your patience becomes power. And in a world confused about success, your energy becomes proof that the real wealth is invisible, yet undeniable to those who feel it. 4. Scientific backing. They never told you that the true source of prosperity has less to do with external resources and more to do with your internal energy economy, specifically your sexual energy. This force, when disciplined and consciously directed, becomes a spiritual engine for greatness. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And nowhere is this more evident than in how society unconsciously encourages the dissipation of the very energy meant to build empires. Scientific studies show that men who practice moderation, who choose retention over release, exhibit increased testosterone, enhanced cognitive function, and greater risk tolerance, the very qualities needed to thrive in a complex world. Brain scans confirm that these individuals develop denser gray matter in regions tied to impulse control and long-term decision-making, proving that spiritual awakening isn't just metaphysical, it's neurological, psychological, and deeply practical. Yet we live in a culture that celebrates release over restraint, distraction over direction, indulgence over intention. But those who understand the value of this inner fire do not squander it for temporary pleasure. They transmute it into permanent presence. The difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary is not in their resources, but in their relationship to their own energy. Sexual energy is not merely physical, it is creative, visionary, and magnetic. It builds legacies when guided upward, not wasted outward. It fuels intuition, fuels charisma, fuels the unshakable focus that makes people listen when you speak. While most are governed by their urges, a rare few rule their realm by mastering the flow within. They walk with a certain gravity. They radiate a frequency of wealth, not from their bank account, but from the discipline that makes abundance inevitable. This kind of spiritual intelligence is not taught in schools. It is discovered in silence, refined through awareness, and anchored through daily choices. Every time you resist unconscious gratification, you upgrade your nervous system to handle more power. You begin to attract people and opportunities that match your energetic clarity. You are no longer in survival mode, you are in creation mode. Prosperity doesn't chase the distracted, it flows to the aligned. Your aura expands, your voice deepens, your gaze sharpens, and your presence becomes the product. You stop begging for attention and start commanding respect without needing to raise your voice. This is the wealth of the awakened, the kind that cannot be stolen, taxed, or manipulated, because it is built from the inside out. The real question, then, is this: are you investing your energy like a sovereign being, or spending it like someone unaware of their power? Because every impulse mastered is a throne reclaimed. Every moment of conscious restraint is a vote for the future self you're becoming. And every time you choose focus over fragmentation, you step deeper into the current of spiritual wisdom that few dare to explore. True prosperity is not about having more. It's about becoming more. It's not about chasing success. It's about radiating such deep alignment that success can't help but find you. If the science behind this truth resonates with you, leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and tap the notification bell so you never miss insights like this. Type in the comments, "I choose to transform energy into prosperity." Let's declare it together. 5. Awakening the Inner King. Archetype. Carl Jung revealed that the journey to prosperity is not merely an outer chase for wealth, but an inner transformation through sacred archetypes, beginning with the warrior, moving through the magician, and culminating in the awakening of the king. In the warrior phase, you are no longer at war with the world. You are forging an alliance with your highest self. Here, discipline is not punishment. It is devotion. You rise early, not to prove anything to others, but because your soul recognizes the value of order. You eat with intention, breathe with awareness, speak with clarity, and train your body as a temple. You begin to understand that every wasted moment, every unconscious impulse, every drained interaction is not just a distraction. It is a robbery of your divine potential. The warrior learns to guard his sexual energy, not out of repression, but because he now knows its sacred value. This energy, when unguarded, becomes scattered and addictive. But when harnessed, it becomes focus, magnetism, and power. As discipline refines the body and will, the path opens into the magician phase, where the true magic begins. Your intuition sharpens, synchronicities increase, and the unseen world begins to speak. The magician studies energy, symbols, dreams, cycles, archetypes, and the deep coding of the psyche. He begins to notice how thoughts shape emotions, how emotions shape energy, and how energy shapes reality. The magician no longer participates in drama. He observes it, transmutes it, and redirects his focus toward creation. He understands that sexual energy is not simply for pleasure. It is the raw life force that animates vision, manifestation, and spiritual intelligence. In this phase, you become a master of inner alchemy. You realize that real prosperity is a byproduct of spiritual alignment. The more deeply you know yourself, the more the world begins to mirror your worth. Carl Jung's famous quote echoes here: "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." This is the phase where you wake up, not just spiritually, but energetically. Then, without announcement or fanfare, the king arrives. He does not emerge because he was crowned by others. He emerges because he crowned himself within. The king is not chasing validation, deals, or applause. He knows his value. He creates from overflow, not need. He is magnetic because he is anchored. In rooms full of chaos, he is calm. In moments of pressure, he is clear. The king does not control others. He controls his state. That is why people trust him, follow him, and are transformed in his presence. He doesn't build empires by force. He builds them through resonance. His wealth is not stored in bank accounts. It is stored in presence, clarity, direction, and unshakable inner peace. He has mastered his sexual energy, not by denying it, but by embodying it as sacred fire that builds, protects, awakens, and blesses. The king archetype is the highest expression of masculine leadership, regal, rooted, radiant. This entire path, warrior, magician, king, is the map to true prosperity, not as society defines it, but as spiritual wisdom reveals it. When you begin to walk this path, you no longer ask, "How can I get more?" You ask, "How can I become more?" You realize that prosperity is not outside of you. It is a reflection of how deeply you've honored the power within you. You stop reacting and start ruling. And you understand that the richest man is not the one who accumulates the most, but the one who can hold the most energy, the most vision, the most stillness, and transmute all of it into divine order. That is what it means to awaken the inner king. That is the forgotten intelligence Carl Jung tried to show us. That your wealth begins in your nervous system, your attention, your discipline, and your sacred sexual energy. This is not just about money. This is about becoming the kind of man or soul who doesn't need to chase anything, because they have become everything. 6. Synchronicity, magnetism, and manifestation. Sexual energy, when elevated through conscious spiritual development, becomes the very force that bends reality in your favor. It is not merely a biological impulse. It is raw creative power waiting to be transmuted. Carl Jung warned that what we do not bring into consciousness will rule our lives as fate. And this includes the vast energy many unconsciously waste. When you refine this energy through inner work, it no longer controls you. It begins to guide you. You stop chasing, you start attracting. And that attraction is not just romantic or physical. It becomes magnetic prosperity. The people, opportunities, resources, and synchronicities that once felt distant begin to orbit around your presence, not because you asked, but because you aligned. This is where the myth of hard work begins to fall apart. You can grind all day and still be out of flow, because the universe responds not to your effort, but to your frequency. You've been told success is about discipline and sacrifice, but the deepest spiritual wisdom teaches that manifestation is about coherence. When your energy is scattered, life feels resistant. But when your energy is sacred, life feels synchronistic. High sexual energy becomes the generator of this coherence. It sharpens your intuition into precision. It transforms vague desire into embodied magnetism. You walk into rooms differently. You stop proving your worth and begin radiating it. You become the mirror through which others see what they lack or crave. Prosperity doesn't arrive because you chase it. It arrives because you are it. You've turned your life force into a signal silent, unwavering, and sovereign. This is the secret the modern world doesn't teach. That wealth is not what you hold in your hands, it's what you carry in your field. Most people are stuck in loops of energetic leakage, never realizing that their biggest drain is their inability to contain and direct their own power. But when you reclaim your sexual energy, when you stop outsourcing your validation and learn to sit with the fire inside you without needing to extinguish it for temporary pleasure, something divine happens. You become the still point in a spinning world. And from that stillness, creation begins. The message is not to suppress, but to sublimate, to alchemize your raw energy into intention, your longing into purpose, your desires into design. Spirituality is not about escaping the body. It is about mastering the power within it. Spiritual development is not a retreat from the world. It is a recalibration so that the world begins to respond to you differently. The real secret is this: when you carry your energy with sacred awareness, prosperity no longer becomes something you pursue. It becomes a natural extension of your vibration. You attract not because you're desperate, but because you've become undeniable. Thank you for watching. If this message awakened something within you, if you're ready to reclaim your power and transform your energy into true prosperity, then this is just the beginning. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." So don't let your most powerful force stay hidden any longer. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear this, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more transformative insights. Tap the notification bell so you'll never miss the next step on your spiritual journey. Your energy unmasks their lies. Carl Jung on envy and empaths. As Carl Jung once said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But what happens when your very presence, your peace, your empathy, your authenticity irritates others because it reflects back the truth they try to hide? If you've ever walked into a room and felt an invisible shift, or sensed a hidden resentment behind a smile, this message is for you. Your energy doesn't just enter a space, it exposes what's lurking beneath the surface. In today's video, we'll explore how being an empath makes you a mirror for other people's unconscious envy and projections. So before we dive in, comment below. Have you ever felt someone smiling at you, but secretly resenting you? Let's open up the conversation, because your story might be the light someone else needs. 1. The empath's gift is a wound, transformed. Empaths are not simply sensitive people. They are alchemists of pain. They emerge from childhood not untouched, but transformed by emotional wounds that taught them how to read between the silences. When love was conditional, they learned to attune themselves to shifts in tone, to absorb moods before words were even spoken. This survival instinct matured into a rare spiritual gift, the ability to feel others deeply, to intuit what lies beneath the surface. Yet what begins as a coping mechanism becomes a radiant presence, and this presence, rooted in spiritual awakening, is both a blessing and a burden in a world addicted to illusion. The empath's energy doesn't just comfort, it confronts. It stirs what others have buried. It unearths what's been denied. And in doing so, it reveals a truth few are ready to face. Your light exposes their shadow. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is the paradox of the empath. Their existence brings the unconscious to light not through confrontation, but through resonance. They reflect back to others what they are unwilling to confront in themselves. That reflection can feel like love or threat, depending on how awake the other soul is. For those still wearing emotional masks, the empath becomes unbearable, not because they do harm, but because they do nothing to maintain the illusion. Their stillness becomes a mirror. Their authenticity becomes a siren. They don't need to argue, compete, or dominate. Their mere presence destabilizes false power dynamics. The spiritual wisdom they embody disrupts the energetic equilibrium of relationships built on control or performance. And this is where envy creeps in, not the kind that desires your gifts, but the kind that resents your existence, especially from those who claim to love you. They may admire your empathy in words, but reject your truth in practice. Because your ability to sense what is unspoken, to name the undercurrents others try to dismiss, makes you both magnetic and dangerous. It is a psychological and spiritual confrontation, and most are not ready. Instead of evolving, they recoil. Instead of owning their projections, they blame you. The empath becomes the scapegoat, the problem, the one who's too sensitive, when in reality, they are simply unwilling to pretend. Your presence exposes their performance, and in doing so, you become the enemy of their illusion. In modern life, where emotional disconnection is normalized and attention is currency, your spiritual clarity feels like rebellion. You begin to realize that you were never too much. You were simply in too many spaces that could not handle truth. Relationships built on pretense will crumble in your presence, not because you want them to, but because your soul is allergic to falsehood. This is your awakening. It is not meant to be comfortable. It is meant to be clarifying. The gift that once isolated you is the same one that now sets you free. You see through people, and that power makes you unforgettable. So honor your energy. Let those who envy it fall away. And remember, you were never meant to be understood by those still hiding from themselves. 2. Envy masquerades as love. Those who claim to love you but secretly feel discomfort around your presence are often not reacting to you. They're reacting to the light you carry. Carl Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." But when people are not ready for that understanding, your light becomes a threat. Unlike jealousy, which at least acknowledges value and seeks to possess it, envy carries a more corrosive energy. It doesn't want what you have. It wants to destroy what makes you radiant. For the empath, this becomes an invisible battleground. Your emotional intelligence, your spiritual wisdom, your ability to feel deeply and speak truthfully exposes the illusions others live by. You become a mirror they didn't ask for, a reflection of what they've denied, repressed, or abandoned within themselves. Your very existence challenges their comfort zone. And so, they resent you, but in ways they cannot even admit to themselves. Envy often wears the mask of love. It hides behind praise laced with subtle criticism. It cloaks itself in support that feels strangely conditional. It shows up in moments where your joy is met with silence, your ideas are dismissed, or your boundaries are seen as rejection. These are not accidents. This is unconscious envy, leaking through cracks in the false self. Carl Jung reminds us that what we repress does not disappear. It returns in distorted form. In the empath's world, this means those who are closest to you may unconsciously resent the very qualities they claim to admire. You are not just a person to them. You are a symbol of emotional freedom, truth, clarity. And if they haven't yet claimed those parts of themselves, they will either worship you, sabotage you, or try to dull you down. The tragedy is that many empaths confuse this dynamic with real love. Because they feel deeply, they assume others do too. But love without self-awareness turns into possession. Connection without reflection becomes control. You must learn to recognize when the bond is no longer nourishing, but draining. When the words don't match the energy. When you leave a conversation feeling smaller, more confused, less alive. These are signs that someone's unconscious envy is at work, and your spiritual awakening is trying to tell you the truth. That your energy is not too much. It's too honest, too clear, too unfiltered. It cuts through emotional masks like a blade of light, and not everyone is ready for that. When you begin to trust your sensitivity as intelligence, you stop second-guessing yourself. You stop trying to prove your worth to people who are secretly triggered by it. You stop dimming your light to keep their shadows intact. You realize that your presence alone reveals what others are trying to hide from themselves and from you. And that is not your burden to carry. Your task is not to heal their discomfort. Your task is to walk in truth, with discernment, with grace, with the quiet strength that comes from knowing your soul is not here to be liked. It's here to be real. And realness will always unmask the lie. 3. Envy hides in subtle sabotage. Envy doesn't always strike with obvious hatred. It moves in silence, hiding behind soft smiles and subtle sabotage. You feel it in the dismissive jokes that undercut your deepest truths, in the way someone withdraws their support just when you need it most, in the way they mock your emotional depth and call you too sensitive, like it's an insult instead of a gift. These wounds don't come from strangers. They come from those who say they love you, and that's what makes them so confusing, so disorienting. You begin to question your perception, your feelings, your very reality, because how could someone who claims to care also be the one causing your emotional erosion? Carl Jung taught that what is unconscious in others gets projected onto those who carry light. When you are on a path of spirituality and spiritual development, you become a mirror. Your energy reflects back everything they are unwilling to face. You don't have to say a word. Your presence alone unravels their mask. And so, rather than celebrate you, they criticize your passion, minimize your pain, or ignore your evolution. Not because you're wrong, but because your growth reminds them of their stagnation. The empath, attuned to the invisible threads of emotional energy, often walks into rooms already knowing too much. You sense the tension before anyone speaks. Feel the resentment behind their smile. Hear the unspoken jealousy beneath their praise. It is not your imagination. Their envy cloaks itself in polite silence or performative support, but your spirit knows. Your light agitates the shadows they haven't dealt with. And instead of thanking you for holding up a mirror, they resent you for it. They pull back, not because you are too much, but because you reflect back the parts of themselves they are unwilling to confront. And still, you doubt yourself. You wonder if you're being dramatic, if you're overreacting, if maybe you are too emotional. But this self-doubt is exactly what their passive envy feeds on. The empath becomes isolated not through loud rejection, but through quiet neglect, being excluded from conversations, being met with lukewarm reactions to moments of success, being given silence where there should have been applause. And the more awakened you become, the more clearly you see it. The more you elevate spiritually, the more their subtle betrayals reveal themselves not as misunderstandings, but as signs of emotional immaturity and spiritual avoidance. You were not born to make others comfortable. You were born to be the fire that exposes what needs to be transformed. Your sensitivity is not a weakness. It is divine intelligence. Your emotions are not unstable. They are spiritual wisdom. And your energy doesn't just exist. It speaks. It illuminates. It unmasks. So when someone resents you without reason, when their affection feels laced with something colder, know this: you are not the problem. You are the mirror. And what they see in you is a reflection of what they've denied in themselves. Don't dim your light to soothe their shadows. Don't shrink your truth so others don't feel exposed. And don't apologize for being a soul that sees too clearly in a world addicted to pretending. Your energy unmasks their lies, not to hurt them, but to heal them. Whether they choose to face that or not is not your responsibility. Your only responsibility is to keep growing, to keep shining, and to never abandon your inner knowing for external approval. 4. The archetype of the wounded healer. Empaths often embody the spiritual archetype of the wounded healer, those who have been broken, bruised, and burned by life. Yet instead of shutting down, they rise with a deep soul-level commitment to help others rise too. Their gift is not just emotional sensitivity. It is the ability to feel pain, transmute it, and turn it into light. But that light, as beautiful as it is, becomes a beacon for the emotionally immature, the energetically hungry, and those who see the empath's warmth not as sacred, but as something to consume. These people don't see the healer's wounds, nor do they care to acknowledge the silent strength it takes to hold others while still learning how to hold themselves. Instead, they take and take, often wrapped in masks of affection, admiration, or need, slowly draining the empath's life force under the guise of closeness. What they truly envy is not your kindness, but your inner glow, your ability to stay soft in a world that tried to make you hard. Carl Jung warned us that envy is the unconscious homage that mediocrity pays to genius. And in the life of the empath, envy often hides behind smiles and false praise. It is rarely spoken aloud, but you can feel it in the sharpness of their silence, the sudden coldness in the room when you succeed, the passive-aggressive comments cloaked in concern. They resent that your energy heals without effort, that your presence calms storms they haven't learned how to face within themselves. They may not say it, but deep down, they can't understand how someone who's been through so much can still radiate light. And because they don't understand it, they label it, project onto it, or attempt to control it. This is the spiritual battlefield that empaths quietly walk every day. Your spiritual awakening becomes a threat to those still asleep in their patterns. Your boundaries become offensive to those who benefited from your lack of them. And your decision to protect your peace will be misunderstood by those who only knew how to relate to your pain. In everyday life, this plays out subtly and consistently. People come to you when their world is falling apart, but they disappear when yours begins to shake. They call you strong when you're silent, but selfish when you finally speak up. They praise your wisdom, but reject your truth when it doesn't cater to their comfort. This is why empaths must evolve beyond being available. Spirituality is not servitude. Spiritual growth is not about allowing yourself to be emptied over and over again to prove your worth. It's about recognizing that you were never meant to be a constant healer for those who refuse to heal themselves. You are not a crutch for their emotional avoidance. You are a mirror one that reflects both their potential and their resistance. And that reflection can feel like a threat to someone who is still addicted to their own illusions. The path forward for the wounded healer is not martyrdom, but sovereignty. It's understanding that you are not here to be consumed. You are here to be conscious. You are not a lifeboat for those who refuse to swim. You are the lighthouse, shining not because others need saving, but because you were born to glow. Spiritual wisdom demands that you no longer betray yourself just to keep the peace. Your energy, your clarity, your boundaries are sacred. And the more you honor them, the more you step into your highest self. Let those who are meant for your frequency rise to meet you. Let the rest be unmasked by your presence. 5. False love is an energetic vampirism. False love is not affection. It is energetic theft, wearing the mask of intimacy. Many empaths walk into relationships that look full of promise, only to find themselves emotionally starved. It's like a dream banquet, where everything appears abundant, but every bite turns to ash. These relationships don't feed your soul, they feed off it. The so-called lover doesn't love you. They extract from you. They crave your emotional depth, your kindness, your healing presence. But deep down, they also resent you for it. As Carl Jung said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And that's the exact thing they haven't done. So when you arrive with self-awareness and emotional depth, your very being becomes a mirror to everything they've refused to face within themselves. They say they love you, but what they really love is your light until it reveals their shadow. Your energy begins to unmask their lies, not by accusation, but simply by existing in truth. You don't have to say a word. Your presence speaks louder than their performance. This triggers something ancient in them, a wound they never healed. They start to envy you. And envy, unlike desire, does not want what you have. It wants you to lose it. They smile, but secretly compete, support, but quietly sabotage. Your empathy becomes a burden in these dynamics because you keep feeling sorry for the one who's draining you. You try to fix them, uplift them, stay longer hoping they'll see your heart. But they already do, and it terrifies them. Carl Jung taught that envy is a shadow projected outward. What they hate in you is what they've rejected in themselves: openness, vulnerability, integrity, and soul. They can't receive your love fully because they don't love themselves yet. Instead, they manipulate, guilt trip, withdraw affection, and make you question your worth. This isn't romance, it's spiritual erosion. Empaths often confuse spiritual warfare for spiritual connection because they feel everything so deeply. You think this intensity must mean something sacred, when in truth, it's just chaos cloaked in chemistry. You're not in love, you're in survival. If you're constantly exhausted, doubting your intuition, and explaining your existence to someone who never truly sees you, then you're not growing, you're shrinking. And the person who claims to love you may actually resent your light because it exposes their darkness. This isn't just emotional manipulation, it's energetic vampirism. And your intelligence and spiritual wisdom knows it before your mind does. That gut feeling, that sudden drop in energy when you're around them, that's not paranoia. That's your soul saying, get out. You were not born to be someone's emotional bandage. Your energy is sacred. It is the frequency of truth in a world addicted to illusion. Real love will never make you shrink. Real love doesn't ask you to dim. It celebrates you, expands you, protects you. So when someone starts competing with your peace, resenting your calm, or punishing your clarity, believe what your energy is telling you. Because your spiritual awakening didn't come to make you lovable to others, it came to make you unshakable in your own light. 6. Dreams as warnings from the psyche. Empaths don't just dream, they receive encrypted messages from the soul. When you see yourself drowning, being hunted, or handed an empty gift, that's not just a random nightmare. That's your psyche raising a red flag. In the language of Carl Jung, these are symbols from the unconscious, alerting you to a deeper betrayal. What appears as love is actually spiritual theft. You sense it, but can't always explain it. That's the tragedy and the genius of the empathic spirit. You feel the truth before you can name it. These dreams are not accidents. Drowning reflects emotional overwhelm caused by someone projecting their unresolved pain onto you. Being chased mirrors the psychological tension of constantly dodging emotional manipulation or pressure to conform. And the empty gift, it's the clearest symbol of all. The illusion of support that disguises envy, wrapped in a smile but hollow at the core. The truth is, empaths live with an open channel to spiritual intelligence, and that makes them both radiant and triggering to others. People who secretly envy you may present themselves as caretakers, friends, even lovers. But their affection is conditional, rooted not in love, but in control. They don't want you to rise. They want access to your light. The more you evolve spiritually, the more their discomfort grows, because your growth unmasks their stagnation. You don't need to confront them to feel this. Your dreams do it for you. The subconscious doesn't lie. In the dream realm, the soul whispers what the ego ignores. And when you're spiritually awake, even sleep becomes a battlefield of truth. Spiritual development sharpens this inner knowing. It's not just about becoming more compassionate, it's about becoming more discerning. As you deepen your own awareness, you start to notice the difference between someone who truly supports your expansion and someone who subtly undermines it. Jung reminds us that envy isn't admiration gone wrong. It's resentment masked as affection. That's why your nervous system tightens around certain people, why you feel drained after conversations that seemed harmless, why you smile through interactions that leave you hollow. These aren't just personality conflicts, they're energy warnings. You must begin to honor these subtle shifts as sacred data. Your body knows, your dreams know. The only question is, will you listen? Emotional vampirism thrives in silence when you ignore your inner signals to keep the peace, to avoid judgment, or because the betrayal doesn't come with sharp teeth. But once you start trusting your energy above their words, the fog lifts. You no longer second-guess your intuition. You walk away, not with rage, but with clarity. That is the mark of true spiritual maturity, knowing that not everyone who loves you is safe for your spirit. So when the dream returns, when you're drowning again, being chased again, holding the empty gift again, don't dismiss it. Decode it. Ask yourself, who in your life is offering less than they claim? Who benefits from your openness but cannot celebrate your light? Who masks envy as loyalty? The answer won't come through logic. It will rise through the body, through the symbols, through the stillness. That is the realm where empaths thrive, not just in feeling everything, but in interpreting it with wisdom. Because the path of spirituality is not to escape the world. It's to see it clearly, feel it honestly, and protect your soul fiercely. 7. Projection. Envy's psychological root. There is a silent war envy wages, and it always begins with projection. Instead of confronting their inner wounds, those who are envious cast their pain onto others, turning their shame into accusations. When you walk as an empath, someone deeply attuned to emotion, intuition, and subtle energies, you naturally become a mirror. And not everyone is ready to see their own reflection. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But those unwilling to take responsibility for their shadow will instead aim to make you the problem. They'll call you fragile when it is they who can't regulate their emotions. They'll say you're unstable when it is their identity that is crumbling behind the mask. They'll accuse you of being too emotional because they've never developed the courage to feel their own grief, rage, or longing. Envy doesn't admire or simply desire, it resents. And resentment, when left unchecked, distorts the truth. It fabricates a narrative where your light becomes the threat and their darkness becomes justified. In this inversion of truth, the empath becomes the villain in their story, not because of what they've done, but because of what they embody: spiritual clarity, emotional depth, and authenticity. The empath, in their stillness, disrupts the false peace of those who live in denial. Your very presence threatens the illusion. And because they cannot control or become what you are, they attempt to redefine you through blame, gossip, mockery, or psychological manipulation. But what they attack is not your weakness. It is your strength, your ability to stay soft in a hard world, your gift of spiritual awareness in a culture that rewards emotional numbness. In their eyes, you are too much, but only because you are not pretending to be less. That triggers a deep and unconscious truth within them, that you are living in alignment with something they have betrayed within themselves. So the projection becomes a form of punishment, an emotional redirection to silence the mirror and avoid awakening. This is why spiritual awakening requires boundaries. Your energy is sacred, and not everyone deserves access to it. To protect your peace is not arrogance, it is wisdom. You are not here to absorb the shame of those who refuse to face their wounds. You are not responsible for the stories they invent to avoid transformation. The more you rise in self-awareness, the more visible you become to those still trapped in self-deception. Let their envy reveal their suffering, not your identity. Let their rejection become redirection back to your own center. Do not shrink. Do not explain. Do not betray your intuition just to make someone else feel comfortable in their illusions. They say you are sensitive, but what they mean is, you make me feel things I've buried. They say you're dramatic, but what they mean is, your truth is louder than my lie. And they say you are unstable, but what they mean is, your presence exposes how disconnected I've become. So let your energy continue to unmask what is false, not through confrontation, but by remaining true to yourself. In a world addicted to projection, your self-awareness is rebellion. In a world drowning in image, your authenticity is a revolution. And in a world where envy seeks to distort the light, your spiritual wisdom becomes the one thing they cannot touch. 8. Spiritual alchemy and the shadow. You are not just a presence in the room. You are a mirror that reveals what others try to bury within themselves. Carl Jung called this the nigredo, the dark night of the soul, the necessary chaos before rebirth, and you, unknowingly, bring others to that edge. As an empath, your emotional and spiritual intelligence naturally pierces through illusions, and in doing so, you disturb the shadow others have spent their entire lives avoiding. Not through confrontation, but simply by being real in a world built on performance. Your energy unmasks the lies they tell themselves, and in their discomfort, they blame you. They don't want your truth. They want your silence. But your very existence activates their reckoning. They project, not because you've done harm, but because your light reminds them of their own darkness. You trigger what they fear. Transformation. Envy doesn't always scream. Often, it hides behind compliments, subtle jabs, or the forced smiles of those who claim to love you. It doesn't want what you have. It wants you not to have it. It doesn't admire. It resents. Your radiance feels like exposure, your clarity like confrontation. They sense your alignment, and instead of rising to meet their own, they fall into comparison. This is where your role becomes both powerful and painful. You become the emotional dumping ground for those too afraid to face themselves. They don't realize that your spiritual wisdom comes from surviving the very shadows they now deny. You have walked through emotional fires and alchemized them into light, and that light reveals their wounds. Carl Jung warned, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." And so, they resist you, hoping the truth will vanish if the mirror disappears. You internalize this. You question your worth. You wonder why love feels like rejection and why kindness is often returned with cruelty. But this is not a flaw in you. It is your function. You are the awakener, the soul disruptor, the spark that catalyzes the unseen. In a society that rewards numbness and detachment, your empathy is an act of defiance. While others shut down to survive, you open up to transmute. Your spiritual awakening is not a personal event. It is a ripple effect. Every time you hold space for truth, even silently, you unravel the collective illusion. You are not here to fix them. You are not here to shrink. You are here to stand in your own frequency, even when it unsettles the room. Especially then. This is alchemy. This is why your energy both attracts and repels. You are not too much. You are exactly the medicine some people are not ready to take. You do not have to defend your intuition, explain your knowledge, or dull your vibration. Your presence is the initiation they didn't ask for, and their discomfort is not your responsibility. In Jung's spiritual framework, this is sacred tension, the friction between shadow and soul. You are not the villain in their story. You are the threshold. So trust your sensitivity, protect your light, and understand this. To walk with this kind of awareness is not weakness. It is power in its highest, most intelligent form. 9. Individuation as the path to freedom. Individuation is not just a concept. It is the key to your emotional and spiritual freedom. It's the moment when you, as an empath, stop believing that your sensitivity is a curse and start honoring it as a sacred calling. It is the inner transformation where your deepest wound becomes your deepest wisdom. You've been conditioned to overextend, to offer your light without limit, to carry what isn't yours just to keep the peace. But peace built on self-betrayal is not peace. It's spiritual erosion. Boundaries are not barriers. They are bridges to the truth of who you are. They say, I will love you, but not at the cost of abandoning myself. Choosing when to give rather than giving compulsively is not coldness, it is clarity. Because when giving is driven by compulsion, it is no longer an act of love. It becomes an act of survival rooted in fear, guilt, or the need to be needed. And that cycle is the very thing individuation breaks. Carl Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that journey requires more than healing, it requires remembering. It asks you to stop being a mirror for other people's projections and to start becoming the mirror of your own soul. Spirituality, in its highest form, is not about being endlessly accommodating. It's about knowing where your energy ends and where another's begins. It's about spiritual development through discernment, seeing through the false masks of those who smile with envy hidden behind their eyes. When you protect your light unapologetically, you don't become hard, you become clear. You don't lose compassion, you gain wisdom. You begin to realize that love without boundaries is not love, it's a performance. You were not born to be the emotional sponge of the world. You were born to illuminate, to awaken, to challenge what is false by the simple truth of your being. And that truth becomes powerful the moment you stop shrinking. Stop dimming. Stop apologizing. Your sensitivity is not a liability. It is an antenna for truth. But only when paired with boundaries does it become a force of spiritual evolution. There is no virtue in sacrificing your well-being to prove your loyalty. There is no glory in rescuing others while you drown. True empathy involves saying no. It involves stepping back. It involves choosing solitude over toxicity. And that choice is not cruel, it's conscious. So you set boundaries, not to push people away, but to honor the sacred space where your soul can finally breathe. You refuse to carry another's shadow, not because you lack compassion, but because you respect the law of spiritual responsibility. You protect your light not from arrogance, but from understanding. And you choose when to give, because you now give from wholeness, not from a wound. That is individuation. That is spiritual development. That is how your energy stops being used and starts becoming sacred. 10. Transformation. From wounded to sovereign empath. There comes a moment in every empath's spiritual awakening where the veil lifts not from the world, but from their own eyes. You stop mistaking intensity for intimacy, drama for depth, and most painfully, envy for love. Envy is a spiritual parasite dressed as devotion. And for the empath, it often hides behind the smiles of those who say they adore you, but are secretly drained by your light. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." But for the empath, it's even more terrifying to realize that others do not accept you. They envy the parts of you they cannot control. When you are spiritually intelligent and deeply attuned, you can feel the distortion beneath the surface. But your soul, desperate for connection, often chooses to look the other way. Until one day, the truth becomes louder than the illusion. This is when you rise. This is the sacred threshold where the empath becomes sovereign, the one who loves without losing themselves, who sees clearly without self-betrayal, who stops shrinking to be palatable and starts standing tall in truth. The sovereign empath is not cold. They are crystalline. They no longer mistake chaos for chemistry. They recognize when energy is manipulative and when it is mutual. They no longer offer their healing to those who refuse to heal. They stop apologizing for their sensitivity and start honoring it as a spiritual superpower. Instead of lowering their frequency to keep others comfortable, they now radiate with unapologetic clarity. They know that some people do not want healing. They want attention, control, or access to your light without ever earning your trust. Your energy becomes the ultimate lie detector. It unravels projection. It exposes pretense. And when your energy becomes that clear, it will unmask the envy hidden in compliments, the resentment behind help, and the competition cloaked as closeness. You begin to walk with sacred solitude instead of emotional dependency. You no longer chase being understood. You become a mirror of truth, and only those who are ready for their own reflection will stay. You stop attracting love that drains and begin magnetizing love that amplifies. You no longer accept half-hearted affection or performative loyalty. You wait for the sacred, the aligned, the true. This is not just healing, it's remembrance. You are not here to be consumed. You are here to be witnessed, honored, and loved in your fullness. The sovereign empath turns wounds into wisdom, betrayal into boundaries, and isolation into inner authority. This isn't personal growth, it's a spiritual revolution. And if you are walking this path, know this: you are not alone. You are a pattern breaker, a truth bearer, a silent warrior. You chose to feel it all so that the future wouldn't have to live in numbness. That is not a weakness. That is divine intelligence. That is spiritual wisdom. And that, beloved, is your becoming. 11. True love is not envious. True love nourishes your spirit rather than depleting it. It rejoices in your light instead of resenting it, and it encourages your wholeness, never demanding your sacrifice. It is not threatened by your growth, but inspired by it. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And in the context of love, this means being with someone who supports your becoming rather than suppressing it. Yet for many empaths, love has long been confused with endurance. The more pain they tolerate, the more loyal they believe they are. But that is not loyalty. That is spiritual amnesia. Envy is the silent toxin that hides behind smiles and sweet words. yet its energy betrays its intentions. It does not seek to elevate you, but to contain you. It cannot celebrate your joy because it secretly fears that your joy invalidates its own story. When you are an empath, deeply sensitive to the emotional undercurrents around you, you may feel this contradiction without understanding it, why someone who claims to love you always seems uncomfortable when you shine. The answer lies in their unconscious resentment, in their refusal to confront their own inner emptiness, which your light exposes. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes your protection. To awaken is to see clearly, not just with your eyes, but with your soul. When you stop confusing self-sacrifice for love, you no longer allow others to consume your energy to validate their illusions. You stop playing the role of the emotional savior and instead step into the truth of your being whole, worthy, and enough. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The moment you recognize that you were never meant to dim your brilliance for anyone's comfort is the moment you reclaim your power. When you rise into this level of consciousness, you attract those who are not intimidated by your intelligence or radiance. Instead of resenting your growth, they are inspired by it. You no longer beg for love in places that require your silence to stay. You no longer confuse toxicity with passion. You begin to understand that real love feels like peace, not chaos, not confusion, not compromise at the cost of your soul. It feels like alignment, like coming home to yourself without apology. And when you honor this truth, you become a beacon, not for those who need to be healed by your light, but for those who can walk beside it in truth, in reverence, and in love. 12. The final truth. They didn't envy your money, your appearance, or even your accomplishments. They envied your depth, your presence, your emotional wisdom. Carl Jung reminded us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. And when someone envies you, it's rarely about what you have, it's about what you are. Your emotional clarity, your spiritual development, your calm, steady energy disrupts the illusions others have built for themselves. You feel everything. You walk into a room, and your nervous system starts reading the atmosphere like sonar. Who's anxious? Who's insecure? Who's pretending to be fine? And that's not a curse. That's your gift. But gifts like yours are misunderstood by those who've spent a lifetime running from their own truth. When people haven't faced their own emotions, your ability to feel becomes threatening. When they haven't cultivated inner peace, your presence feels like confrontation. Not because you are unkind, but because you reflect a standard they've abandoned. You don't have to speak a word. Your energy reveals what they're hiding. And that's where envy begins, not as a compliment, but as a psychological rejection of what they fear they'll never become. You are the mirror, and not everyone is ready to see their own reflection. Some people react with admiration, but others react with resentment, because your authenticity reminds them of their inauthenticity. Your groundedness reveals their chaos. Your calmness becomes unbearable to those addicted to noise. That's why spiritual clarity is disruptive. Empaths don't just feel emotions. They awaken emotions in others that have long been buried. And instead of taking responsibility for their feelings, some people will blame you for awakening them. That is not your fault. Your power is not the problem. The real problem is that the world has not been taught how to love people who see clearly. But you are not here to be understood by everyone. You are here to live with integrity, to honor your sensitivity as strength, and to protect your peace like sacred fire. Spirituality without boundaries invites burnout. Compassion without discernment turns into energetic leakage. You are not too much. You are not broken. You are not too sensitive. You are a fully awake soul in a world still hitting snooze. And the sooner you accept that your presence will disturb those who have not yet met themselves, the freer you become. You don't owe anyone your silence just to keep their illusions intact. You don't have to shrink so others feel tall. The purpose of your spiritual development is not to dim your light, but to learn how to hold it in a way that doesn't burn you out. Your light isn't a performance, it's a frequency. And it's okay if not everyone is tuned in. Let that be your clarity, not your shame. What others can't handle in you is often the very thing you were born to carry. That's not ego. That's a sacred responsibility. You don't have to be less. You just have to be whole. So stay steady. Keep shining. And when your energy unmasks their lies, don't explain. Just keep walking in truth. If this message stirred something deep within you, know that your energy is your truth, and truth has a way of revealing everything that is false. In a world full of masks, your authenticity is revolutionary. Thank you for walking this path of spiritual wisdom with us. If you found this video meaningful, please like, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our next awakening. Until next time, stay radiant and trust the wisdom within your soul.